I told her I wanted to go with her, but she said Brandon wanted to be there. So she chose Brandon to go. It was COVID back then. Only one person could be in a room with you. He got to see her born. I got a picture in a million phone call.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that. You couldn't go up there because of COVID, and she wanted him there.
Right.
Tell us about the communication with your daughter while she was in hospital.
She just kept calling, asking what I was doing. Just showing the
approach. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, ma'am, just a second, please.
When Danielle was at the hospital, did she seem excited?
She did. She was happy. I think I want to say 3-4 pictures.
Okay. Without telling us what she said, you can tell us that. What was she communicating with you?
Yes.
I remember you telling me something, you were at work that day, is that right?
Uh-huh.
And did you get much work done that day?
No,
Why not?
because she just kept calling and I wasn't gonna miss a call. I just wanted to see my grandbaby. Make sure she was good. And she was good at that time.
Okay. I want to take you now to a little fast forward. She brings Kennedy home. Correct?
Right.
Tell us about that.
It was me and all my kids. She never got to sit down. Everybody was just holding on her, playing with her. We got a few pictures with her. I got to feed her. I got to change her clothes. And then I had to, give her to somebody else because somebody else wanted it.
How long did you get to be with her? How long did you and your family get to be with Kennedy?
Maybe an hour at the most, a little over an hour.
I want to just take your time, April.
But maybe we got her for about an hour. And she was gone.
April, if you need a little time, we can take a little time. Okay.
I'm good.
You okay?
But mean, everybody that was there got to hold her that night and play with her for a minute.
Let me go back just a little bit, and because I meant to ask you, what were you guys doing, you and your family, in sort of preparation for Kennedy? Were you guys gathering and buying things?
Yeah, we had been buying stuff since she actually found out she was a girl. The day she found out she was having a girl, we actually started getting everything. The next week, car seats, strollers, bassinets, uh, playpens, beds, clothes, shoes, pampers. I mean, what all my daughter was getting, I was getting, friends was getting. She had,
Hold on. Let me.
she has a lot of stuff. We still have her stuff.
Public service announcement. In about 15 to 20 minutes, I'm gonna leave to go take baby Petty her snack bags to her classroom. I did hear them say after the first witness they was gonna go on a recess. Hopefully, I'm still here to skip through it, but if there's a little bit of silence during the recess, my bad. It won't be no more once I get back. Take me like 20 minutes, 30 minutes tops to drop them off, hug her, and get on back.
So you guys are ready?
We were ready.
You said you had her for about an hour.
Right.
Why did she leave?
She told me,
What, did you learn anything about why she left?
yeah,
Oh,
Withdraw.
yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm rewording it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
yeah, she told me she was leaving.
Did you learn why she was leaving?
Yes, to go see Brandy.
Okay. And did she tell you something that was a little
Yes,
sort of story?
yes.
Can you tell us what that was?
She told me she was taking Kennedy.
Objection, hearsay.
Oh, okay. She was leaving to go see Brent.
Right.
Sustain the objection.
Sorry. Where did you learn that she was going?
To see Brandy.
What did you learn was the story that she gave you?
That she was taking Kennedy back to the hospital.
Okay, how did you feel about that?
I actually thought it was true because I had to do it before. Once me and my son made it home, the hospital called and said he should have never been discharged. So I had to take him back. So I didn't know it was a story. Had I known, maybe things would have been different.
Okay, but you felt it was plausible,
Right.
right? How did it go when Kennedy left? Do you remember? Did one of your boys put her in the?
Yes, my son Cornelius took her to the car and strapped her in a car seat. And strapped her in a car seat. And they left.
Is the car seat that she was in, is that the one that you guys bought her, or was it
Yes.
Daniel bought? Did y'all have her bundled up
Yes,
a little bit? Was it cold up?
it was.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit again. She's gone for a while, correct?
Right.
Did she call you at some point?
No, I actually called her. I
Okay.
gave her like, I want to say an hour, almost two.
Okay.
And I called, I asked,
What did you learn about?
she said, I'm
Objection,
here.
Your Honor, hearsay.
Tell us what you learned about where she was.
She was,
I'm sorry.
she just told me she was getting Kennedy out the car. And she said, my mama called you right back. But I dozed off. And she never called. A couple of hours later, a police was pulling in the yard. I thought it was Danielle. So me and my boys were getting up to go help her get the baby out the car. But it was the police, and they were asking me who drove a Chevy Cruze and where was she? And I told them she was gone. She wasn't there. And they left, and I actually tried to follow them, but we couldn't keep up. So I just started looking, because I started, at that time, I just panicked, I just started down, calling. And I never got an answer. I called her like, um, I just kept calling her phone and I never got an answer. Uh, so the police came back a second time and they asked me to describe my daughter. So I described it and then they were like, we gotta go again. By that time, I just went to the precinct because we couldn't keep up with them. I went to the precinct on Rains. When I got there, they locked me in the precinct.
Okay.
And
So at some point, did you tell police who she was supposed to be with?
yes,
Was that early on that you told them that? Or do you remember? And if you
it was when I was at the precinct, so that was like the latest part. So it wasn't early on.
ask you, I'm gonna show you a couple of photographs. And you said that you purchased some things for Kennedy, right?
Right,
And that y'all had sort of bundled her up or whatever for the night before she left.
right.
Fast forward photograph, and the defense counsel seeing this one. And let me know if you recognize that photograph and what you recognize it to be.
This is the hat I put on her that night before she left.
Did you buy that hat?
No, I think that was a gift from a coworker.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. If I could have this marked as, I think it would be exhibit 14, right?
It is exhibit 14.
And if we could publish,
Go ahead, please.
all right, April. Is this the hat that y'all put on Kennedy when she left to go see Brandon Isabel that night?
Yes,
The hat that was given to you by a coworker?
yes.
I'll fast forward another photograph. And I think the defense counsel's seen all of these. It's the other person.
This is her car seat.
Yeah, if we could have that marked as exhibit 15. Or if we could have a function that helps that.
Go ahead, please.
All right, April. Tell us what this is.
This car seat.
That the car seat that y'all put Kennedy in
Yes,
when she went to meet Brandon Isabel that night?
yes,
The last time you saw her was in this car seat?
yes, yes.
Fast forward another photograph.
This Kennedy.
Now, if we could have that marked as exhibit 16, please. Yeah, and she published that photograph.
Go ahead, please.
This baby Kennedy.
Okay, Kennedy. You remember who took that photograph?
Yeah.
Okay, was that from your house when she came to visit you?
No, that's from the hospital. She was still at the hospital when she took that one.
I'm gonna ask you, you testified that you only got to see her for about an hour, right?
Right.
When y'all put her in the car seat, your son put her in the car seat,
Mhm.
how was she doing?
She was fine. She was still woke. I just didn't want her to leave.
And is that the last time that you saw her?
That was the last time we saw her.
Have you seen her since?
No.
Did y'all have a little memorial for her?
We did.
Show you one more picture, okay?
Right. This is my baby. This is Danielle.
I don't know if we can have that marked.
Seventeen.
Who can help us this one, Jeff?
Go ahead, please.
All right.
This Danielle. This Danielle.
How was Danielle when she left that night with baby Kennedy to go meet Brandon and Isabel?
She was happy. She always happy. You'll never get her mad. I mean, she's the sweetest thing ever.
Did you ever see her again after she left that night with Brandon to go see Brandon Isabel?
No.
You guys had a funeral service for her?
Yes.
Thank you, April. No further questions, good. Oh, wait, I may have one more question.
Just a moment.
I missed a few questions, Judge. We talked about you telling police that Danielle was going to meet Brandon as well, correct?
Yes.
Did you also tell police that she had baby Kennedy with her when she went to meet?
The first time, when they first came, I didn't tell them until I actually got to the precinct. She had baby Kennedy with her because at the time I was thinking maybe she had done something, but I can't say. I don't think she does something. My baby doesn't want to do anything. I just didn't know what was going on. Had they, in light, told me what was going on, it could have been all points just Kennedy, Kennedy and Danielle.
Okay.
I could have told them, but they weren't talking like,
But they were aware that it was Danielle and Kennedy.
right,
Correct.
they did.
Do you remember the day Kennedy was born?
Uh-huh,
What day? Do you remember the date?
the 31st.
The 31st.
I'm sorry, January 31st.
January 31st. And that was the early morning hours, correct?
Yes, and like between 1 and 2.
Okay. And do you remember the date that Kennedy came home with Danielle?
February the 1st.
Okay. Do you remember about what time that was? I know you were.
When I got to my house, it was like 4:30.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, well, do you need a break before we keep going?
No, ma'am.
I just have a very few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Now, on direct, you talked to Mr. Christensen about the fact that you didn't like that Brandon was married, right?
Right.
But did you know that he was getting divorced and had been separated for a long time?
I did.
Okay. But because of that, you didn't really like Danielle being with him, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, you had said that he didn't come to the house a lot during her pregnancy.
He was never there when I was there. I can't say if I'm not there. I worked a lot. I work a lot.
And Danielle knew that you didn't like Brandon, right?
She did.
So just because he wasn't there when you were there, doesn't mean he was never there at all.
Right.
And the conversations that Mr. Isbell and Danielle had, you weren't necessarily a part of those, right?
Right. I wasn't.
So there could have been a lot going on that you were not just directly involved in.
Right.
Now, leading up to Danielle going into labor on the 30th,
Mhm.
she had actually gone to the hospital a couple times the week before that, or that leading up to it, the week starting around the 23rd.
Right. Yes.
And she was keeping Brandon informed about every time she would go in the hospital and contractions and things like that, right?
Okay. Right.
And because she wanted him there at the hospital.
Yes.
And when she went into labor, he went to the hospital
Yes.
and he was there the whole time with her.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about kind of after Danielle and Brandon stopped seeing each other and Brandon started seeing somebody else, okay?
Right.
Did Danielle receive any messages from anyone that you were aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, but I heard. I've never saw the messages.
But you asked Danielle whether she needed to go to the police because she was getting some threatening messages from his girlfriend.
Yes.
And Danielle had said that she didn't want to do that.
Right.
But it was Brandon's girlfriend that was texting her and threatening her, right?
I can't say because I never saw the messages.
Was that your understanding?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
This couple, you never saw any threatening messages, correct?
No.
Did you see the message that Brandon Isbell sent her?
I didn't see that one.
You didn't see that? Did you hear about that one?
Yes.
Okay. The one where he wanted to have an abortion?
Right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, you may sit down.
Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 9:50. We're going to take a brief recess for some technical issues. I'll be right with you. If you need anything, let us know. Thank you.
Excuse me, nobody's in the chair.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State Health Officer, I'm sorry, one quick word of business, Judge. We do have the self-authenticating document, birth certificate, which the defense has. We'd like to enter this, it's a birth certificate for Kennedy Hoyle, entered as exhibits, I believe 18, where we are. We'll call Officer Brian Ahmed.
Brian, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir. You can state your name and spell it for the court reporter in the jury, please.
Yes, sir. Brian Onan, Brian, O apostrophe capital N-A-N.
And you're retired now, correct?
Yes, sir.
But did you work with the Memphis Police Department back in February of 2022?
I did.
And what was your assignment back then?
I was in crime scene investigation.
And how long have you been doing crime scene investigations? Or how long did you do crime scene investigations?
I was there a little over a year.
How many crime scenes did you say you looked at and analyzed?
Over a year, I say you work probably on average 2 to 3 a day, so I'd say between 8 and 1,000 maybe. 800 to 1,000, yes, sir.
Did you utilize things like, looking at shell casings, trajectory rods, that sort of thing?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that a number of times?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Did you go through some training?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
What kind of training did you go through?
When you first start, you go through 2 weeks of training. You learn again about trajectory rods, photographing, measurements, trace evidence, a little bit on the guns, ammunition, type things like that. That's just a few of the things that you learn about.
Did you also assist in training new officers or new crime scene officers?
Yes, sir.
During the course of time? How many times would you say you did that?
Oh, probably over the course of a year and a half, 4 or 5 times.
All right. General Fluid Tender, Officer Ernan, as an expert in crime scene analysis.
No objection.
All right. Did you get a call to look at a car on February 4, 2022?
I did.
And where was the car?
It was in the crime scene tunnel, as we call it.
Can you describe that for the jury?
It's an area that's designated for processing cars, other evidence like guns. Say you had a wrench or something, had to have some sort of prints pulled off of it a different way, other than just being fingerprinted, stuff like that. It's more in depth when we're looking at something. Instead of just being out on the scene and fingerprinting and all that. It's usually used in higher crimes, for the cars and things like that.
Where is the tunnel? I think I said the tunnel, but did you mention where it is?
It's a 365 Clink at the old Harster location
Okay. The old car location.
on the city lot. Yes, sir.
You didn't go out and talk to any witnesses or anything like that?
Oh, no, sir.
So
I was in the tunnel that day.
you were in the tunnel, and do you remember the type of vehicle that you were looking at that day?
Yes, it was a Chevrolet Cruze.
Okay.
Brand new car. I believe it was a 2013.
What's the process when you start to process a vehicle? It's my word, but what do you call it?
You come out directly at the vehicle and you start doing overall photographs of the vehicle from the front of the vehicle, side, rear, and the other side. And while you're doing that, you're looking for obvious, like trace evidence, maybe possible blood, maybe shell casings laying up on the hood or around the windshield wipers, stuff like that. Defects in the vehicle, damage that could be related to the crime itself.
I'm going to hand you a stack of 6 photographs.
Yes, sir.
You can look at them real quick and tell us if you recognize them.
Yes,
And then, Judge, I guess the most efficient way would be to enter them all and then
Collective
publish.
Exhibit 19,
Well, I think we have it organized as one each. So
19A, 19B.
it'd be 19 through 20.
So individually. Okay,
Yes, ma'am. That's just because they're kind of pretty.
that's perfectly fine. You got it.
You recognize all those photographs?
I do. Yes, sir. That's the car.
And you have it marked sequentially, is it 19 to 24?
No objection.
so I just wanted to-
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. First one will be exhibit 19. Describe this for us, officer.
Like I said, this is just one of the overall photographs from the rear angle showing the rear and the driver's side of the vehicle itself.
Okay, we got the tag number in there, and
Yes, sir.
helps identify who was the owner of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And then exhibit 20,
2013, I believe is what it was.
and this photograph.
Side view.
Okay.
Passenger side.
That's exhibit 20. I'm gonna publish exhibit 21. What are we looking at here?
That's the driver's side front. I photographed it more towards the front to show you the defect on the driver's side door and also the window that had been damaged.
Exhibit 22.
Yes, sir, that's the defect on the driver's side door, again showing the damage to the window.
Okay, and when you say defect, what do you,
I say defect because at the time, you know, we're calling it a defect, but it's obviously it's a exit, what appears to be the exit of a projectile.
Okay.
Meaning that the metal is pushed outwards, where it pushed it when it exited the vehicle.
and that's obviously that's the driver's side door, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Exhibit 23, I think, next one. And what are we looking at here?
Same thing, just damage to the window and the defect just below the window there.
Exhibit 24. Now we're looking at,
Starting to take some interior photographs of the vehicle. Shows glass on the inside. I believe there's, you can see there on the left side of the driver's seat, you can see that there's possible dried blood there, and in the just in front of the driver's side seat, you see some more on the floorboard, and right there above that ID badge, which was in it when I photographed it, could be possible blood as well. I see it all along the side there on the driver's side seat as well in the seams.
all right. Officer, I'm going to pass forward to you an envelope. Just look inside and see, there are multiple things in there, but you can pull a couple of ID cards out of there. Let us know if you recognize those.
Yes, so these are some of the ID badges that were found inside of the car.
Okay.
I've got some 2 9mm shell casings here that I've got.
Okay. You don't have to open that last one.
That looks like just pictures and stuff, maybe of her and her daughters.
Is there a MAPCO card and a FedEx ID in there?
Yes, sir, there is her ID.
Did you tag those items?
I did, sir.
Yeah, if we could have the FedEx ID marked as exhibit 25 and the MAPCO card as exhibit 26.
Do you just want me to place these back in your envelope, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Can you keep that, keep that there with you?
Yes, sir.
If Officer Ennis would step down and publish these directly to the jury, we don't have photographs of these.
What do you want me to do?
Those two exhibits that you just pulled out, 25 and 26, if you could show those to the jury for us.
Step down.
Yes, sir. us a stack of 8 photographs, officer. If you could keep those in order for us, the order that we have them there.
Yes, sir.
And just let us know if you, or let us know if you recognize those photographs and what you recognize them to be.
Do you want me to explain each one of them? Or
Just
no?
briefly.
Briefly,
Yes.
as I go through them. What I'm looking at here is an interior photo of the driver's side of the vehicle. The door is opened. What I'm seeing through my camera is glass on the seat of the car, glass on the floorboard and around the driver's side seat. Some actually on the frame of the door, exiting the door.
And also for this process, if you can just do a very brief
Oh, okay.
description of each one, and
I'm
then
sorry.
we'll put them up on the screen.
Yes. And then there's possible blood on the frame of the door as well. Second one is another interior shot of the car.
Okay.
Possible blood on the rear floorboard of the vehicle. This one here is the driver's side door. It's where I marked it exhibit, or marked the trajectory defect in the door as A, and I'm holding an L scale to give you how big the hole is. Same thing on the interior of the car now, A2 of the defect, and I've got another L scale that I'm photographing as well. This one here is a shot of the inside of the door, driver's side door, and I've got a trajectory rod going through the hole of the defect. Another photograph of the door itself, photographing it from the frame. It's got a trajectory rod running through it, showing an angle. Then this one here is another interior photo of the passenger side seat where I recovered 2 9mm shell casings. And this one here is me holding the shell case, one of the shell casings, and photographing the end of it so you can read the stamp on the end of the shell casing.
Okay.
And that's it.
And if we could have those marked as exhibits 27 through 34. And yeah, we might publish these one by one.
Go ahead, please.
And now if you can describe them as we go in a little more detail.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
Again, we're looking at the driver's side interior photograph of glass. It's on the driver's side seat, the floorboard, and you've got what's possible blood on the door frame itself.
Next numbered exhibit is 28.
That's the floorboard behind the driver's side seat of it. You can see where there's a large amount of blood that's run back into the floorboard there, and there's glass next to the driver's side seat. Appears to be possible blood there on that seat belt as well.
Exhibit 29, please. So we're going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit 12. So if you could let us know what we're looking at here.
That was in the rear seat of the vehicle interior. That's the baby bag that had, I guess, the baby's name on the baby bag itself. And it was inside the baby bag was, things for the baby, its diapers and things that you would take care of a baby with.
Okay. Oh, Exhibit 29.
Again, the driver's side door, I've marked it, the defect itself, A, and I'm holding up what we call a L scale to give you an idea of just how big that the defect itself is. And you can see the damage there where it pushed out, it actually removed the paint, chipped the paint off, and bent the metal outwards.
You could explain how that works exactly. So is the defect typically worse than the entrance? Is that how that works?
Yes, when it leaves, it blows out, it pushes out. When it goes in, it's a smaller defect.
Go to exhibit 30, please. And what we're looking at here?
And that would be your smaller defect where it probably went in through the door there. And I'm holding another L scale, and I marked that A2.
Okay. Is it your opinion that this entrance defect corresponds with that exit defect?
I do. I think that's where the bullet went into the door, and then on the outside it exited.
Okay. Exhibit 31, please.
And
Explain what's happening here.
okay, that's now I'm showing you where I've got the door open. I'm showing you that's where the defect went in. I'm putting a rod through it so you can see the angle at which when you put the rod in there, it just gives you a better view of how it went in and the angle it left the defect.
Okay. Exhibit 32, please.
And there, I just wanted to take a good shot of the door itself so you can see how the projectile went in and exited out at an angle going down when it left the vehicle. And you can see there again, you can see the seat, the glass, the ID badge, the blood there on the door frame.
Exhibit 34, please.
And again, that's the passenger side seat where I recovered
Sorry,
two.
33, this is exhibit 33, just to clarify.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's my fault.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. That's just showing the two shell casings that I recovered from the seat.
Okay, so are those the only two shell casings you recovered from the vehicle?
It is, but a lot of times, is it okay if I elaborate just a little bit?
Absolutely.
Yeah, sometimes shell casings when they bounce around in a car, when they're fired and they're inside of a car, they obviously can hit the headliner or the sun visors, whatever, and they'll get in places that we can't find them, down in the vents of the dashboard, stuff like that. The only way we could find them would be to take the car completely apart. So there could have been more shell casings in there, but I didn't find any more. Like I said, we look and do overall photos and everything. We're looking for shell casings that get up around the hood and places where they can lie and you can't see them, get underneath the leaves or anything else.
Where does if it's a semi-automatic firearm, where did the shell casings usually, which way?
I'm gonna object. He's not qualified as a ballistics expert.
Crime scene analysis shows this is a crime scene photograph. We're talking about shell casings. So part of his qualification was analysis of shell casings.
During that 2-week training in the beginning that he testified, I'll allow it. Overruled.
Please note my objection.
It's noted for the record.
Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want to know
Well,
about.
what I was asking was typically where does a shell casing eject from a semi-automatic handgun? Which direction does it go?
Right. Well, that's, of course, I was an officer before I was ever CSI and always carried a gun. So you have a lot of gun training. So I can just tell you that when you fire a gun, a semi-automatic pistol, it ejects from out the right of the gun, out of the port. It comes out every time you fire a bullet. That shell casing comes out of the right of the weapon.
Okay. general, if I could zoom back out on that. So what, in this situation, if a person were to reach inside and fire shots inside, how might the shell casings get right there on that seat?
They bounced off the headliner, and
Okay.
for them to be there, in my opinion, the weapon would have had to have been fired inside of the car.
Okay.
Because like I said, when they come out fast and they come out hot, and they travel a pretty good distance, so they fly out and it would have hit the headliner and bounced down in the floorboard, again, in the vent of the dash or in the seats. You know, sometimes they end up all over the car.
This is a large car in the interior?
Not so much, it's a mid-sized vehicle. It's not so big.
Do you know about how far the gun pointing inside that vehicle would have been to the back seat or anyone in the back seat?
No, I couldn't say that. I would say that they were fired in the front interior part of the car
Would it be
to
close
be where
to-
they're at.
Pretty close to the person in the back seat?
Yeah.
How loud would it be in the car?
It would be extremely, I mean, we wear earmuffs when we have training and stuff. You fire a weapon without an earmuff on it, you're kind of deaf for a second or so. I mean, maybe more than that.
And that
It's
would be,
loud. I fired a weapon and I realized I didn't have my headphones on. It was, you know, it wakes you up. Yeah.
and you're talking from the perspective of an adult.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to hand you, well, you have them up there. If you could look at, you indicated earlier that there were some shell casings in that back, is that correct?
Yeah, I recovered 2 9mm shell casings.
Are those the shell casings we're looking at in the photograph here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if we could have those two marked as, I think, exhibit 25.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we have 2 very tiny envelopes, each containing 1 projectile. You want this as 2 exhibits?
One exhibit, one collective exhibit.
1 collective exhibit will require merging, split them in 1 envelope. That works.
Published what has been marked as, I think, exhibit 34. And if you could, is that a photograph of the shell casings that we just looked at?
I didn't see them.
I'll hand these back. I'm
I
handing
mean, I'm
back,
sure they are. I tagged those. That's what I tagged, so I'm sure they are. Yes, sir.
for the record, I'm handing back exhibit 5.
They appear to be the same shell casings that I tagged, but I'd have to, you know, these are very tiny. I have to look at them closer and I have to pull out my phone to do so. Do you want me to do that?
Is that okay, Judge, if you put those phone once it is
I have to photograph it, enlarge it to look and read exactly what's on the end of the shell casing.
Any objection?
No, you're right.
Just bear with me, okay?
Perfectly fine.
Okay. This is exactly how we photograph them on the scene, crime scene, process of the vehicle, anything else, because they're so small that you have to enlarge them to read them. And yes, sir, to answer your question, sir, this is a 9mm Luger Hornady, I believe is how you say it.
Okay.
So it would be the bullets that I tagged, yes.
I'm going to hand you,
Shell cases, I'm sorry, excuse me.
I'm going to hand you another envelope. This is gonna be for ID only. If you could, take a look at that one.
Yes, sir. These aren't anything that I tagged. This is from another officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming from the scene.
Yes, sir.
Maybe, I don't know.
That's fine, just if you could look in there
Yes, sir.
and, describe what they are. And what is that?
Appears to be a magazine. It's got 9mm stamped on the back of it, so I'm assuming it's from a Glock 9mm, which is here at the bottom.
Okay.
Looks to me like it's holding 14, maybe 14 rounds right now.
Okay. If, Jennifer, if you have that marked for ID purposes as exhibit, the next number exhibit would be 36.
I'm sorry, it looks like it's holding 15 rounds. Excuse me, sir.
We're gonna mark that real quick, officer, and then we'll talk a little bit about it.
Maybe 16, I'm not sure. I'm not real good with these things. I apologize. Okay, I'm looking at the back of it. I'm not, all these different guns and stuff, how their magazines and everything work. I'm looking at that orange place as being a space that's empty. We usually take them out and carry them.
Yes, sir.
Now, Officer, and I'm gonna test your eyes again, and I sympathize with you because I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
But if you could, the showcasing that we're talking about that you found in the front seat of Danielle's car, are
Yes.
they similar or the same? The showcasing as the
I'll have to take them out again and do the same thing. Is that okay?
He's asking to take them out and do the same thing. Any
I'll have to
objection?
photograph and enlarge it to see if it's the same caliber, the same brand and everything as the previous ones.
Go ahead.
You okay?
Yes, sir. Would more lighting help you as well?
No, once I photograph it, I can enlarge it. So, thank you. Yes, sir, it is. It's the same brand, same caliber and everything.
um,
Let me put it back in.
yes, sir, if you could put this back in. So the bullets from the magazine are the same as the showcasing stuff?
No, they're 9mm Luger. Yes, sir. The same, they're the same brand and everything. Yes, sir.
I want to ask you just a couple more questions. I just wanted to gather everything there so we don't lose it. But
Yes, sir.
is this the position of the shell casings that we've been talking about? The trajectory of the entrance and the exit defects on the other side of the car, are they consistent with someone reaching into the passenger side with the door open, reaching the gun in and firing shots into the car?
It's consistent with the gun being fired inside of the car.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it could have very well been sitting in the car. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I'm just testifying that when a gun's fired inside a car, that, that's how shell casings end up inside.
Yes, sir. And was there any other glass broken on the car?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. All the other windows were intact, you know?
Yes, sir. To my knowledge, they were.
Okay. Thank you, officer. No further questions today.
I'm tired, so it's just Brian. I'm being Steve. I want Steve, so that's fine.
I want to talk to you first about when cars arrive at Clink, okay? So when you get a vehicle in Clink, that is not on the crime scene, right?
That's correct.
And when I say Clink, what am I referring to?
You're referring to the crime scene tunnel, the city lot where the crime scene tunnel is located.
Where is it located?
365 Clink, I believe is what the address is still, unless they've moved it, and it's at the old Harser location.
Okay. And that's why we call it Clink, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And-
It's easy.
What part of town is that in?
North Memphis, Fraser area.
So when a car is taken from a scene,
Yes, ma'am.
it's typically not driven to Clink, right?
Absolutely not.
They load it on the back of a tow truck or
Yes.
a trailer of some sort
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
and drive it to you
Yes, ma'am.
down these Memphis roads.
Absolutely.
And a lot of times, once it gets to you, it was already photographed on the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
It was already searched on the scene.
Yes, ma'am. Moved over. Yes, ma'am.
So you're not the first person to go through the vehicle. You just document what you get when it gets to you at Clink.
Yes, ma'am. I could testify what they did on the scene of that vehicle.
So basically what you document is not necessarily how it appeared on the scene, but how it appeared when it got to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And you do your best to do a thorough documentation of any vehicle that you receive.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because you don't want to, I mean, it's evidence, it's a crime's been committed, and they're trying to solve it. Any evidence that you can produce helps solve the crime and give answers to what happened.
Now, I want to talk to you about the type of evidence that you look for, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
First, you look for anything that's out in the open that you can photograph, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've gone through several things that you photographed here.
Yes, ma'am.
You look for places to swab for DNA.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that here?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you swab?
I don't know exactly where I swabbed, probably in any of the places that had possible blood, maybe on the door frame, maybe in the floorboard, which you saw in the back seat, maybe there.
Did you swab anywhere in the passenger side?
I don't remember.
You tested for GSR.
I did.
What is GSR?
A gunshot residue that would be tested on, and also on an individual. If we had someone in custody to see if they fired a gun, be taken from their hands, other places, clothing.
Now, when we talk about gunshot residue, basically when you fire a gun, gunpowder rushes out behind the bullet, right?
Yes, ma'am, I've seen so, yeah.
Okay. And that's what leaves that gunshot residue.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you're testing, you test for the residue. It's not like a bullet hole, right?
Right.
Where did you swab for gunshot residue in the cruise?
We mostly swab on the door panels, steering wheel, the gear shift is a good place. So I probably did both panels. I sent passenger side, driver's side, steering wheel, and maybe even the console, but the gear shift is a good place. Anybody might have placed their hand on the gear shift or something.
Okay. Did you do any testing on the gunshot residue swabs that you took?
I just do the test kit on the interior of the car.
Okay. Did you have, is a presumptive test?
Yes, ma'am. So
Did
I
you-
don't do anything further with it. I pulled the test there, tag basically, and it's a different than this, but it's a kit. It comes in a kit, and nothing's touched it before we open it, and nobody else touches it after we put it in.
Did you test the ceiling of the cruise?
No, I did not.
Now, this was a very small passenger vehicle, right?
Yes, it's a mid-size car, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when we were looking at the pictures, there's not even like a full open up console in between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, right?
I don't remember, I'm not really familiar with that type of car or anything. I don't remember, maybe there was a console in the car.
So here, let me see if I can help you. May I approach? This has been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Yes, ma'am, I don't see an opening like you're talking about, just a gear shift.
So the distance in this particular car that you evaluated or examined, the distance between the passenger seat and the driver's seat is a very short distance.
Yes, ma'am, as it is in most cars, yeah. There's some are larger, yeah.
Now, I want to talk to you about the shell casings that you collected, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Both of those shell casings were located on the passenger seat. And that's where they were when the Chevy Cruze arrived at Clink.
That's where they were when I photographed the car.
But again, you were not on the scene, right?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Okay. Now, when you were talking about the fact that sometimes in other cases you've had casings get somewhere where you couldn't get it, you don't know if that happened here, right? You only know that you found those two casings.
That's what I found, that's wrong.
And when you talked about, when Mr. Christensen was talking to you about the ejection patterns on guns, what kind of gun did you carry as your service weapon?
Semi-automatic. It was 6 Sawyer.
A 6-hour?
Yeah. 40 caliber weapon.
Okay. And is that what you carried the whole time you were carrying a weapon?
Yes, ma'am, we transitioned to new guns, but yes, ma'am, it's always done.
After they started firing on their own?
Right, yeah. Yeah, about that. Yes, ma'am.
So when you would go to the range and fire your weapon, did you only fire your weapon or did you fire other types of weapons as well?
We usually only fire our weapon, but there could be some sort of training where we fired other weapons as well that they might want us to try out or you know, we always fired shotguns during qualifications and things like that. So yes, we fired other weapons.
And specifically with handguns, different brands eject different ways, right?
Well,
Or are you not qualified to say that?
a semi-automatic gun, pretty much they all check the same way because they're coming out of port. The way it works is you saw that magazine right there. It goes into the bottom of the gun, pull back the slide, it rides up into the chamber, and then you're ready to fire it. And once you fire it, that shell clears itself out to the right, and then another automatically, it's called automatic, it rides up through the ramp, feeds itself in the chamber, and you fire again. But they always eject out from the right.
Yes.
Semi-automatic gun.
But there's almost like a clock pattern that different brands will move within from which angle they eject from.
Now that not to that specification of how far they go, which way, but they're all going to come out the right side.
So that's outside of your speciality, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Have you ever fired a gun, had a shell casing pop you in the head?
I've been on the line to where shell casings landed on me and burnt my skin.
Mm-hmm. And so even though they typically eject to the right, you can have some variations on, if you up or over anything when you fire the gun, it could affect where that shell casing lands, right?
Yes. I'll agree with you. Yes, ma'am.
If it hits something within the car, it could affect where that shell casing lands.
Yes, that's what I was testifying to before. If you hit window, sun visor, headliner, it doesn't matter. It just bounced around in the car and landed in that particular place.
So just because those shell casings are there does not mean that it was a neat ejection into that particular spot, right?
No, it wasn't neat at all.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it was neat.
And when these casings come out, they're hot.
They're hot.
And the gunpowder behind it is hot.
Yes.
Did you note any burns to the interior of the vehicle?
I don't remember seeing any burns.
And I want to talk to you briefly about the glass, that front driver's side window. You've been processing vehicles for a long time, right? You said somewhere between
I was
800 and
mostly in the
1,000.
field, but yeah, I process, I'm sure, yes, ma'am, in the field and the time, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and have you come across those trajectories that go through right under where the window meets the door?
In other vehicles besides this one?
Yes.
Have I? Yes, ma'am.
And so you're aware that the glass of the window actually goes below that initial rubber, right?
Yeah, it's rolled down, yeah.
Okay. And so if a bullet hits the glass that's below that rubber part, it can shatter the whole window.
Yes, ma'am, it does, it could.
Okay.
It caught the glasses down and far to do that, yes, ma'am.
What you document is basically the aftermath, right?
Exactly.
What you document does not show what actually happened in the moment.
No, ma'am, mine's all tests and, like I said, trajectory rods and everything to create, angles and things like that.
And what you document doesn't show the events leading up to what happened, right?
No. I haven't seen, it's a car, it's a piece of metal. I'm just photographing as I see it through that lens, that's it,
And we can only see what we can see, right?
absolutely.
And we can only see what we can see in the state that it was in when it got to you.
Yes, ma'am, that's true.
That's all I have, thank you.
Can you redirect?
9mm casings on the front seat,
Yes, sir.
bullet hole on the driver's side door.
Objection to leading.
Were there 9mm casings on the front seat?
And on the passenger side.
Was there a bullet hole going through the passenger side door?
No, it was going through the driver's side door.
Through the driver's side door, thank you. Was it entering from the inside and exiting from the outside?
It was entering, it appeared to have entered through the panel on the driver's side door and exited through the metal on the exterior of the driver's side door.
Was there a lot of blood near where that bullet defect was?
Below it, yes, sir. There was a lot of blood in the floorboard of that vehicle, and there was some in the seat as well.
Is that a good indicator that a 9mm semi-automatic handgun was fired from within that vehicle?
Absolutely. It's the only way that the shell cases could have gotten in that car. It would have been fired inside the vehicle.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Can you recross?
Very briefly. Now, when we speak in absolutes like that, I have to follow up. The only way that a shell casing could have ended up in the car is from being fired from within the car?
If there was a gunfire and someone was shot at in the car, then the only way the shell casings would have ended up in the seat would have been a gun being fired in the car. That's my assumption, yes.
Okay. If I pick up this envelope and I put it right there, it got there by me moving it, right?
Right. But I'm assuming that the reason I got the vehicle process was because a gun had been fired inside of a vehicle.
Yes. My point is, you can't say that's the only way something could have
Okay, I
gotten there.
understand what you're saying.
Yes.
But I'm working in the assumption that there's been a crime committed, and the crime committed involved firing a weapon, or it wouldn't have been a crime scene tunnel.
Yes. But you cannot speculate as to how it got there,
Okay.
right?
Yes,
Judge, actually, he's been qualified as an expert, so he can give his opinion as to how they got there.
yes.
Yeah, I think he could give his opinion on whether something is consistent, but he cannot testify to something he didn't see. Agreed. You cannot speculate as to how something got there.
Okay.
Is that fair?
That's fair with me. I mean, that's.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Do you want these back in this envelope?
I would like those back in that envelope.
Okay.
We should probably leave those outside. You're talking about those two shell casings, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
So, yeah, we should leave those out because there's other things in the envelope that we can.
For this particular witness, your next witness, are you clear?
The shell casings that we marked as exhibits.
Leave these out.
Yes, ma'am.
What about the IDs?
The IDs as well.
Leave everything out.
Yes,
So the
ma'am.
opposite is what I told
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Don't listen to me.
Am I done?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too, sir.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Dr. Scott Collier.
Dr. Collier, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your own, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. Just a moment. I just need to take a break and ask that you all join me. Have a seat.
Hold on, y'all. Through the magic of television, we'll be able to fast forward. The defense attorney is trying to fluster this guy. Look like she may be doing a good job, but her client still don't stand a chance in hell. Then they cut the mics back
For
on.
the jury. Could you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Scott Collier, Scottllier.
And what is your occupation?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed both at the office here in Memphis as well as the Regional Forensic Center in Nashville, Tennessee.
And can you describe what your job duties are?
My job duties mainly are to perform autopsies and to determine cause and manner of death.
And what is your educational background?
My educational background, I did my pre-medicine work at the University of New Orleans. I did my medical education at Ross University School of Medicine. I then did a pathology residency here in Memphis at University of Tennessee, followed by a forensic pathology fellowship also at the University of Tennessee.
And are you board certified?
Currently double boarded in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
About how many autopsies have you performed?
Approximately 1,700 to 1,800 autopsies.
And how many years have you been a forensic pathologist?
A little over 4 years.
Have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
And about how many times?
I'd say probably 6 or 7.
And were those times in Tennessee courts?
Yes, all of them.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Collier as an expert in forensic pathology.
Hearing no objection.
No objection.
Now, Dr. Collier, I'm going to take you back to February 4th of 2022. Did you perform an autopsy on Danielle Coyle?
I did.
How old was Danielle at that time?
Your Honor, may I access my case file?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if he needs to refresh his recollection, I'm not opposed to it.
Hearing no objection, go right ahead.
Thank you. She was 27 years old at that time.
And did you know multiple gunshots to Danielle Coyle?
Yes.
How many did you note?
I believe it was 5 in total.
And did you end up labeling each of those wounds?
Yes, I did.
And how did you label those?
By letters.
And during the course of an autopsy, are you photographing
Yes.
what you find? Do you also do diagrams?
Yes.
going to hand you a stack of what is a diagram and 3 photos.
Thank you.
Could you take a look at those? And do you recognize those photographs in that diagram?
I do.
And does all of that correspond to what you labeled wound A?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those items be numbered sequentially. They would be exhibits 37 through 40. Your Honor, may we break briefly?
Sure. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back. Unpleasantness that may occur. And I promise you that I would do everything I could to let you know. Right? I'm a woman of my word, so I would just like you to know that this is the medical examiner. He does autopsies.
Now, Dr. Collier, permission to publish your.
Go ahead, please.
Now, Dr. Collier, what are we seeing here?
This is the entrance wound and exit wound of gunshot wound labeled A.
And can you describe those locations?
The entrance wound is on the right aspect of the head, just behind and below the right ear. The exit wound is behind the left ear.
Now, when you're going through the process of photographing, do you start out by taking photos as the body looks when you get it?
Correct.
At some point in time, is the body, for lack of a better word, cleaned up a bit for you to take additional photos?
Very much so.
And you looked at those 3 photographs along with the diagram. Are those photographs of wound A?
Correct.
What are we seeing in this photograph?
So this is the entrance wound of gunshot wound A, just to the left of the ruler there.
And what about this photograph?
The exit wound of gunshot wound A.
And then what are we seeing here?
It's a little difficult to see, but basically the scalp has been removed, the top of the skull has been removed, and the brain taken out. And what we're seeing here is fractures of the base of the skull.
And did you determine a trajectory with regards to wound A?
I did. Trajectory was right to left and upwards.
And what about, could you determine anything about the range?
Unfortunately, no, there were no features associated with the gunshot wound that would determine range.
What kind of features would you look for to determine range?
If it were a very close or contact wound, there would be soot deposition along the wound and the wound path. If it were a short distance away, we would see gunpowder stippling, basically just abrasions or scuffs in the skin that would indicate that the gun was relatively close.
And you didn't see that in this particular
I
case?
did not.
Did you term it as an indeterminate trajectory
Correct.
or range? I'm sorry, indeterminate range.
Range, yes.
All right. Dr. Collier, when you're examining the body, how can you tell the difference between the entrance wound and exit wound?
Entrance wounds typically are more smooth and a nice round surface or edges. Exit wounds tend to be lacerated and more irregular in shape.
I'm going to hand you another stack. Let's see if you recognize these.
I do.
And on the top, is that your diagram of wound B?
It is.
And then the photographs behind that, do those document wound B?
They do.
Your Honor, I would ask that those be the next exhibits, numbered sequentially, starting with 41 through 45. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish? Go ahead, please. Dr. Collier, this is exhibit 41. What are we seeing here?
These are the entrance and exit wounds of gunshot wound B.
And can you describe the location?
The location of the entrance wound is inferior to the right ear, and the exit wound is inferior and slightly anterior to the left ear.
And I'm showing exhibit 42. What are we seeing here?
Just left of the ruler, the white ruler there is gunshot wound B entrance.
And while we're looking at this picture, you were saying earlier, Dr. Collier, about the smoothness as far as an entrance wound. Are we seeing that reflected in this photograph?
Yes, we are.
And then exhibit 43.
And just to the right of the white ruler is the exit wound for gunshot wound B, with the irregular features, the irregular edges and lacerations.
Now, what was the trajectory on wound B?
On wound B, the trajectory was right to left and upwards.
And would wound B have been fatal on its own, in your opinion?
Yes.
Why?
Wound B basically transected bilateral carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are the vessels that supply blood to the brain, and this wound actually severed both of those.
And show you what has been entered as 44. What are we seeing right here?
What we're seeing here is there's a metal rod that runs left to right through the neck area. And what we're seeing is another metal rod going upwards that is basically inside the right carotid artery. And it shows how it was transected up towards the top where the rod is exposed from the artery.
And photograph, let's see, exhibit 45.
This is the left carotid artery. Same scenario. The rod going across is basically the bullet path. And then the rod inside the right carotid artery shows the defect within the right carotid artery. Sorry, left carotid artery.
Dr. Collier, I'm going to hand you another stack. And do you recognize that diagram and photographs?
I do.
Do those correspond to wound C?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those be the next exhibits, exhibits 46 through 48.
No objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
After we do that,
Yes, those.
later on.
Dr. Collier, what are we seeing here?
The entrance and exit wounds for gunshot wound C.
And can you describe where those are located?
The entrance wound is on the right aspect of the upper part of the neck, and the exit wound is basically on the left side near the jawline.
And for the record, this is exhibit 46. Moving to exhibit 47. What are we seeing here?
That is the entrance wound for gunshot wound C.
And looking at exhibit 48, what are we seeing?
That is the exit wound of gunshot wound C.
Now, as far as gunshot wound C, what was the trajectory on that one?
Also right to left and upwards.
And would that wound have been, in your opinion, fatal on its own?
I don't think so. This wound basically strikes just the muscle and soft tissue of the neck area. This would, on its own, would be survivable.
And do another stack. And do you recognize that diagram and those photographs?
I do.
Do those correspond to the wound D?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would ask that those be the next exhibits, labeled sequentially 49 through 51. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead, please.
And for the record, we are looking at Exhibit 49. Dr. Collier, what are we seeing here?
Here we see the entrance wound for gunshot wound D, and at the bottom, the exit wound for gunshot wound D.
And can you describe those locations?
Sure. The entrance wound is on the lower right aspect of the face. The exit wound is on the superior aspect of the shoulder.
And now we're looking at Exhibit 50. What are we seeing here?
That is the entrance wound for gunshot wound D.
And Exhibit 51.
The exit wound for gunshot wound D.
Now, Dr. Collier, what was the trajectory on wound D?
Gunshot wound D, it was right to left and downwards.
Now, this particular wound, in your opinion, would that wound have been fatal on its own?
On its own, yes, I believe it could be.
And why do you say that?
This one basically severed part of the spinal cord, the cervical spinal cord, which would basically cause death due to a lack of being able to breathe.
Do you understand? Dr. Collier, do you recognize that diagram and the two photographs?
Yes, I do.
And do those document wound E?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would ask that those be the next exhibits labeled sequentially, starting with the diagram at Exhibit 52 through 54.
No objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? Go ahead, please. And for the record, this is Exhibit 52. And what are we seeing here, Dr. Collier?
These are the entrance and exit wounds for gunshot wound E.
And can you describe their location?
The entrance wound is on the right side of the face, just next to the corner of the mouth. The exit wound is on the opposite side, the left side of the face, near the corner of the mouth.
And what are we seeing in this photograph? For the record, it is Exhibit 50.
This is an entrance wound for gunshot wound E.
And Exhibit 51.
The exit wound for gunshot wound E.
Now, Dr. Collier, on wound E, in your opinion, would that have been fatal on its own?
Would say no to fatality on that one.
And why is that?
This bullet basically injured just the face and dentition and didn't hit any major arteries or any structures that would cause death.
Now, Dr. Collier, were you able to recover any bullets?
I was not.
Did you recover any bullet fragments?
I don't believe so, but let me check. No. Oh, I'm sorry. There's an additional note that multiple small bullet and jacket fragments were recovered from the tongue, gingiva, and oral mucosa.
And what does that mean to us lay people?
Basically, the bullet is made up of a core and has a jacket wrapped around it. And when it strikes a target, it tends to fragment. Some of these fragments, little tiny pieces, were recovered from inside the mouth.
I'm going to hand you a photograph and an item. First, if you'll take a look at that photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that a photograph of?
These are the fragments that were recovered from the mouth area.
All right, ask that that be exhibit 55. Permission to publish. Collier, what are we seeing here?
So these are the fragments that I described. The more copper-looking colored fragments are part of the jacket that surrounds the bullet core, and the more metallic grayish-looking fragments are the core, the bullet core itself.
And did you actually collect those fragments?
Yes, I did.
You would take a look inside that envelope. Are the fragments that you collected from Daniel Coyle in that envelope?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be the next exhibit, exhibit 56. And Judge, to be clear, it's just the one envelope that Dr. Collier had in his hand. There are several items.
I can show you which one it is. It should be the one here. Yeah, that one right there.
And Dr. Collier, as part of the autopsy process, do you take samples, for example, of hair and other things from the body?
Yes, we do.
And are those some of those items that were also in that envelope?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to hand you 3 more photographs. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And we'll start with that first photograph. What is that a photograph of?
Basically just a superficial abrasion or a scrape along the side of the right hip.
And the next photograph?
This is the photograph of the right hand.
And the next photograph?
Photograph of the left hand.
All right, would ask that those be entered as exhibits 57, 58, and 59. Please approach. Pardon me.
For the record, we are going, the first one that I'm gonna hand you is gonna be marked at a later date when we get a replacement.
Yes, Judge, can we go ahead and put a placeholder in that as exhibit?
Yes.
Yes, exhibit 57.
Placeholder 57, we pick up on 58, 59.
Dr. Collier, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what are we seeing there?
This is the abrasion on the right hip.
And what would cause an abrasion like that?
Just any kind of friction.
Speculation.
Your response.
He's an expert, he can give his opinion as to what could cause an abrasion like that.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything rubbing on it or the hip rubbing on another surface would cause that.
Dr. Collier, in your expert opinion, would that be consistent with a body being dragged?
It certainly could be, yes.
Now, I'm going to show you Exhibit 58. What are we seeing here?
This is the decedent's right hand.
And why do you photograph the hands?
Just for, we look for any kind of evidence, any trace evidence, hairs, debris, anything that could be used or collected for evidence.
Do you also look to see if the hands have any defensive wounds?
Yes.
And did you, let me show you what is Exhibit 59. What is that a photograph of?
That is the left hand.
And in your opinion, did you note anything that would indicate defensive wounds on Danielle Boyle's hands?
I don't recall seeing any defense wounds.
Now, did anything in your examination indicate that Danielle Boyle had recently given birth?
She did have an enlarged uterus, consistent with postpartum period.
Now, Dr. Collier, as part of the autopsy, when the body comes to you, do you collect the clothing?
Yes, we do.
I'm going to hand you. Four more photographs. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And are those photographs of Danielle Boyle's clothing that she was wearing when she came to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to ask that those be numbered sequentially, starting with Exhibit 60 through 62. Permission to publish. Go ahead, please. Thank you, Your Honor. And what are we seeing in this photograph, Dr. Collier, which would be Exhibit 60?
These are the clothing items that were removed from the body after we received her.
And 61?
This appears to be a hooded jacket.
And was Danielle wearing that jacket when she came to the attorney's office?
She was.
And did you note anything about the jacket?
Yes, what you're seeing here with the two little white cards with the arrows on them are defects within the jacket.
And what are we seeing in this photograph? That would be Exhibit 62.
This is a defect in the hood of the jacket.
And why did you note those defects?
Because these defects could be consistent with the gunshot wounds on the body.
And exhibit. Actually, that would be exhibit 63. What are we seeing here?
These are the shoes that came on the body.
And did you actually collect those items?
Yes.
Okay, can you? Dr. Collier, that first item, you'll take a look. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
This is the black jacket.
And that was collected from Danielle Boyle's body?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be the next exhibit, exhibit 64.
Three is the next number. Exhibit. Did we miss one?
There's four.
There's 4 photos in that last set. Thank you. 64 it is. Your Honor, may Dr. Collier publish that to the jury by stepping down?
Dr. Collier, do you mind stepping down?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. At those 2 bags, so you recognize those items.
I did.
And what is that item?
This appears to be the right shoe.
And would you take a look in that other bag?
This is the left shoe.
And we ask that those be a collective exhibit, exhibit 65. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish? Dr. Collier, if you would just show this to the jury, please. Thank you, Doctor. During the autopsy process, do you also collect a blood spot?
Yes, we do.
Can you describe for the jury what that is?
It's basically just a card that folds in half and has 4 circles where we take samples of blood and squirt it on the blood spot card. So it's just a card that holds blood samples.
I'm going to hand you an envelope. You may need some scissors. Could you take a look inside the envelope, please? Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the blood spot card for the decedent.
And is that Danielle Hoyle?
It is.
I ask that that be the next exhibit, Exhibit 66.
It should be okay.
And Dr. Collier, what's the purpose of collecting the blood spot?
In case we need to use it for DNA purposes.
Now, Dr. Collier, with regards to all these items that you collected, is there a unique number that the medical examiner's office uses for each autopsy?
Yes.
And what was the number in this particular case?
This case was number 2022-0277.
Now, Dr. Collier, based on your findings, the autopsy of Danielle Boyle, what was the cause of death?
Cause of death was listed as gunshot wounds of the head and neck.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
I'll pass the witness.
Dr. Collier, when you say homicide, that's a medical term, right?
That is correct.
Can you explain to the jury what medically homicide means?
Death at the hands of another.
Okay. So if I shot you, but I was acting in self-defense, that would be a homicide.
Correct.
If I shot you and it was completely accidental, that would be a homicide.
Most likely, yes.
If I shot you and I meant to do it, that would be a homicide.
Correct.
So homicide does not necessarily indicate a criminal intent,
It does not.
right? It is just a medical terminology for the manner of death.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about trajectories, okay?
Okay.
How do you determine the trajectory of a gunshot wound?
Trajectory is based on a person in the anatomical position, which is basically standing in
And you
this.
can stand if you need to do that. If
It's
that's
basically
okay.
standing like this, hands open.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
So this is anatomic position.
Okay. And so when you look at a person in anatomic position, you then establish an entrance wound and an exit wound.
Correct.
Now, that is not necessarily the position the person was in at the time of the gunshot, right?
That's correct.
So the trajectory of the bullet through the body depends on the angle of the body at the time of the shot.
And the shooter.
Yes, you beat me to it. We're getting there next. So the angle of the person's body, right?
Correct.
And the angle of the other person
Yes.
and where the gun is.
Correct.
Now I want to talk to you about how you determine distance ranges, okay?
Yes.
Now you classified this as an indeterminate range.
Correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what the different ranges that you look for are?
Contact, basically the weapon is in contact with the target. Intermediate, which is basically within a few inches to a couple of feet from the end of the barrel to the target. And then indeterminate or distant is, it cannot be determined.
Okay. So that contact would actually be the muzzle of the weapon against the skin.
Correct.
And that would leave what's called a muzzle imprint.
It could,
And that would leave soot deposition.
most likely.
Now, when I say a muzzle imprint, that is actually the end part of the gun burns the skin, right, on a contact wound?
It's an abrasion, yes.
And then soot deposition, that's when that gunfire shoots out of the gun, it actually, on a contact wound, shoots into the wound, right?
Correct.
Now, a close contact gunshot wound, is that up to 18 inches?
What we would consider an intermediate. There's a general range for that, but an actual accurate range can only be determined by test firing the weapon.
Okay, so that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I thought the indeterminate range went all the way up to 4 feet.
It's again, gun dependent.
Okay, so is it your understanding from what you do and all of these autopsies that indeterminate range can be up to 4 feet depending on the weapon?
4 feet could be. We generally say that anything outside of a couple of feet or so is you're getting away from intermediate and more into indeterminate.
Okay, so now I want to talk to you about that couple of feet, okay? How do you determine whether a gun was in a couple of feet from the barrel to the person who was shot?
There would be stippling, gunpowder stippling on the target.
Okay. What is gunpowder stippling?
Basically, burning gunpowder particles will cause little tiny punctate abrasions around the wound.
And that's kind of what we were talking about with that spray of gunpowder, right? It actually sprays onto the skin.
Correct.
And it's hot, right?
It's burning, yeah.
Yeah, so it burns a little pattern onto the skin.
Correct.
And that occurs when that gun is within a few feet.
Depending on the gun, yes.
Okay. And that was not present here, right?
Correct.
So the indeterminate range is basically saying you don't know how far away the gun was.
100%.
And here it was indeterminate range because there was no muzzle imprint, right?
Correct.
There was no soot deposition.
Correct.
There was no stippling.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about the gunshot wounds themselves, okay, and the way that you document them.
Sure.
When you assign labels, the A, B, C, D, E, that is not in any way indicating an order in which the gunshots were shot, right?
That's correct.
That only indicates a kind of a marker for you to say, this is one, this is another, this is another.
100%, yes.
It's not a chronological assignment.
Right.
Because as a medical examiner, you typically cannot determine the order of injuries.
That's correct.
So it's just purely for recording purposes.
Yes, ma'am.
And for your purposes, you can determine the wounds inflicted, right?
Yes.
But you cannot necessarily determine the circumstances under which they were inflicted.
Correct.
So I want to talk to you briefly about each of the gunshots in turn, okay?
Sure.
So we'll start with gunshot wound A. That was to the neck, right?
Correct.
And if I may, Your Honor, just have a moment to connect to publish that diagram. Tech stuff is not my forte, so you'll have to forgive me. It won't let me. Okay, we're gonna do this the old fashioned way because technology doesn't like me. I'm okay.
Are we done with the TV before we break?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach witness? If you could please show the witness, show the jury where you indicated the entrance wound. And approximately on your body, where would that be?
Basically right here, I would imagine,
Okay. And the exit wound?
is here.
Okay. And do you actually have those diagrams in your report?
I do.
Okay. Can you do the same for me for B?
Entrance wound below the right ear, exit wound somewhere in this region.
And on both of those, you noted an upward trajectory.
That's correct.
And on exhibit C, gunshot wound C?
You're asking for the trajectory,
Yes.
right to left and upwards?
Okay. And none of them, do you typically note a front to back?
If it is front to back, then I will notice that. Left to right, right to left, upwards, downwards, front to back, back to front, certainly.
And on all of these, you noted right to left.
Correct.
And in all but one, you noted upward.
I believe that's correct.
And gunshot wound D was downward.
Correct.
And on all of these, there was no muzzle imprint.
Correct.
There was no soot deposition.
Correct.
There was no stippling.
Correct.
And there was no bullet recovered.
Just the fragments.
No actual full bullet, right?
No intact bullet, yes.
No, that's all I have.
Any redirect from the state?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Collier, I want to go back to indeterminate.
Yes,
I believe defense counsel was saying 4 feet. It could be 3 feet, right?
it could be 3 feet, it could be 2 feet. It all depends on the weapon itself and the ammunition used.
And we were talking about a trajectory. Could something like if the victim moved her head, could that affect the trajectory?
Certainly.
Are there a lot of different variables that can affect the trajectory?
Yes.
So for example, where the shooter was standing,
Correct.
how the shooter was holding the gun.
Sure.
So all of that could play into that upwards or downwards determination.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Very briefly. In this case, you determined it to be an indeterminate range, right?
Correct.
So you did not have any of the markers that you typically see for close range shots.
Correct.
That's all I have.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for you to go eat. It is now 11:52. When I've received word that you are done, we'll report back to work, okay? Don't eat too much. If you need coffee or water, let us know.
Drew, excuse me, you know, those chair, why you sit?
it's gonna be in a brief recess.
After recess.
I don't know why the hell they lied and said a brief recess, because if y'all seen it, I just skipped at least an hour. I don't know how long they may be on break. I'll probably give it like another 5 or 10 minutes if they don't come back in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Oh, never mind. Through the magic of TV. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I started 2 hours late, so that we could miss the lunch break and all that. The next break they have should probably be them ending court for the day.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I was actually, I've been writing them down. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you so much. I got you. Thank you so much for checking me.
Success. That's all I wanted.
Welcome back. We're okay?
Yes.
You didn't overdo it. Did you save room for dinner?
Please call your next witness. State House Sergeant Fowler.
Sergeant Fowler, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
So help you God.
I do, ma'am.
Thank you.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Sergeant Cecil Fowler, Cecil, Fowler, Fowler.
And where are you employed?
With the Memphis Police Department.
And how many years have you been with MPD?
23 and a half years.
Are you counting down?
Yeah.
What is your current assignment?
I am currently a sergeant, which is a detective or investigator with the Felony Response Unit.
And is that where you were assigned back in February of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Can you describe for the jury what felony response does?
Each precinct, which there are 9 precincts, 10 if you count the traffic unit, they have their own sergeants, detectives like me that handle all their cases in that precinct. They work 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. When they go home, we have a felony response Charlie shift, which is 4 p.m. to midnight, and then my shift, which is felony response midnight to 8 a.m. We handle all the felony cases in the city for all the precincts, so that they can go home and be with their families.
Now, did you become involved in the murder investigation of Danielle and Kennedy Coyle?
I did.
How did you become involved?
We got a call from the scene lieutenant that the officers had found a car that they at first thought was maybe stolen. It's in the area of Sedgwick and I forget the other street. It's an area where a lot of stolen cars are left, stripped. It was raining. They came across the car, thought it was stolen, ran the tag, sent a car. It didn't come back stolen, but they sent a car to the owner's address. When that car got there, they were asking the mother, "You know Danielle Hoyle?" I said, "Yeah, that's my daughter. You know where she's at?" No, but she should be with her. I think it's a 2-day-old, 1.5-day-old, 2-day-old newborn. When the cars were over there, the officers on the scene where the car was, the rain had stopped. They got out. They noticed that there were bullet entry holes going into the car. They checked the area, and then they found a body just, I think, south of there in like a little ditch area. I never made the scene, but I know they said it was not far from the car.
And at that point, what did you do next?
I was told to stand by. We sent 2 cars to that scene. 2 of my partners, my investigators, went to the scene where the car was. Another investigator went to the mother's house where the car was registered, Danielle's house. I think her mom's name is April. Sent a car over there. They had me stand by because we knew there should have been a baby there, a newborn. There was no car seat, but there was I guess it was a baby bag, like you put Pampers and stuff in maybe, that was there. And they had talked to the mom, the officers had, and so we knew there should be the baby somewhere. We got a body, we believe it was Danielle, and where's the baby? So they had me stand by because they were going to give me information to do a city watch, which was going to be probably turned into an Amber Alert. And so I was standing by at the office for them to get back to me.
And did that become an Amber Alert?
I believe it did, but I can't be for sure. I don't remember if it got that far that quick.
And your city watch was for 2-day-old Kennedy
Kennedy,
Coyle.
yes.
Now, are you sort of helping coordinate the various scenes at this point?
Kind of. Our lieutenant, who's a step above me as my supervisor, went to the scene where Danielle's car was found, as well as the 2 other investigators.
And to be clear, was that Levi Sedgwick?
Yes, Levi's Sedgwick. And so I was at the office. They would kind of call me because we had another Sergeant Williams was at the mom's house.
Now, at some point in time, did you receive information that a Brandon Isabel might be involved in the situation?
Yes, ma'am.
And what information did you receive?
The mother had told April, I believe was her name, had told.
Just a moment, please. Would you like to respond to the
Alright,
objection?
It's effect on the listener to explain the next step that he took based on that information.
And Your Honor, I would say that he should state what the next step he took was. He doesn't have to include the hearsay information.
Do you want to rephrase your question so that he can answer it accordingly? I will sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant Fowler, you already stated that you received information that Brandon Isabel might be involved in the situation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And taking that information, what did you do next?
I had one of my other partners, Sergeant Rouse, see if he could find some information on Brandon Isabel. He was able to find a Tennessee DL photo of him. He sent it to me.
When you say DL, do you mean driver's
License, I'm sorry. Driver's license. He sent the picture to me. I sent it to Sergeant Williams, who was on the scene with Danielle's mom, April. And I asked her, I said, ask her mother if this is Brandon Isabel, the baby's father. And she asked her, and she sent back a message to me and said, yes, this is Brandon.
And was that your attempt to make sure that everyone was talking about the same person?
Yes.
Now, did you end up going to 5061 Stacy Road?
I did later on, yes.
And what was located, well, why did you go to that location?
Lieutenant Taylor called me from the scene, she was at the scene of where the original car was found, Danielle's car was found. There was information that Brandon's car was there, and they wanted a search warrant for the car. And I believe, I don't know if he was dating the girl, I can't remember her name, it starts with an A.
Was it Artesia?
Artesia. She lived at that house where the car was on Stacy. And I guess they had been there before he was located in Cordova. So they wanted me to give him a warrant for his car and her room in the house.
I am going to hand you a stack of photographs.
Okay.
And I would like you to just take a look through the photographs, see if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am, I do recognize all these pictures.
Okay. Now, you were saying that there was a search warrant for a vehicle at Stacy Road.
Yes,
Was that a Chevy Malibu?
it was.
And was there also a search warrant for the house at Stacy Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And those photographs that you just looked through, are those from both the house and the Chevy Malibu on Stacy Road?
Yes, they are.
And were you present for the search of those locations?
I was.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those be state's exhibits in sequential order, 67 through 75. May I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
Now, Sergeant Fowler, go one by one here. This is for the record.
Yes.
This is Exhibit 67. What are we seeing here?
You're looking at the front of the house on Stacy, and the vehicle that I had the search warrant for that belongs to Brandon.
And
Was
to
registered.
be clear, is that 5061 Stacy Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee?
It is.
Now, Exhibit 68, what are we saying?
That's Brandon's car.
And could you read that tag number?
It was 3 November 3, 6 Hotel 5.
And what kind of vehicle was that?
That's a Chevy Malibu, white in color.
And was that registered to Brandon Isabel?
It was.
And what are we seeing in this photograph?
That's the trunk. The trunk is open. You're looking at the front of the trunk. Those are a pair of Adidas slides that are black in color with white stripes and white Adidas on them with, with what appeared to be possible trace amounts of blood on them.
And to be clear, were those in the trunk of the Chevy Malibu?
They were.
And we have exhibit 70. What are we seeing here?
That is the center console, that is an empty Kydex holster, which Kydex is like a plastic kind of holster, kind of like we carry, but it's just cheaper kind, if you will. It's just plastic holster.
For a gun?
For a gun, yes.
Thank you. And then what are we seeing here?
That is also the center console, and that is a Glock magazine that contained 16 9mm live rounds. That's also in the center console.
And so that is in the same console where the holster was found?
Yeah, center console between the driver and passenger seat.
And this would be exhibit 71. What are we seeing here?
That is the front passenger floorboard, and that is an Apple Watch that's on its side. And it had a cracked front screen.
All right, and exhibit 73.
That is a pair of, that's the front passenger seat, and right there where the placard number 6 is, you can see a pair of black gloves with some writing on them. On one of the gloves there, you can kind of see a cockleburr, which is one of those sticky, little prickly, it's a weed that they grow in by rivers, watery areas, but they can grow in fields too. And so we saw that and thought that was kind of odd, so we decided to take those right away.
And we're looking at exhibit 74. Is this a closer look at those gloves?
Yes, that's a closer look at the gloves, and you can see the cockleburr would be the right hand right here where the pinky meets the
little
hand.
brown right here.
Yeah.
And exhibit 74. Or I'm sorry, 75. What are we seeing right here?
That's, you got some Walmart bags with, it looks like kind of a stuffed animal and some other miscellaneous child stuff in there. We didn't really go through that a whole lot. We kind of went through, it looks like mostly child's clothing and stuff like that.
Was it baby items?
Yes.
And did that kind of end your involvement in the case?
Yeah, well, after that, we did go and search the search warrant on the house as well.
And were you out there with crime scene officer Cole?
I was, he took the pictures.
And so with felony response, is it fair to call felony response kind of the after hours investigators?
Yes, if you get a homicide or sex crimes, missing person, drive-by shooting, robberies, any kind of felony at night, we go to it first.
And then do you hand that off to the appropriate bureau?
Yes,
And so in this particular case, would it have been handed off to
to
homicide?
homicide, yeah. They get called, in the case of homicides, they get called right after we're sent to the scene. We start doing their job. Within half hour to an hour, they meet us. We update them with what we got, tell them, here's what I did. I've got witnesses, suspects, whatever the case may be. Here's what we've done. Hand it off to them, and then we just help them, whatever they need.
You lend support as needed?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
I have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Now, the state's next witness will be Artesia Stewart.
Miss Stewart, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat, watch your step, and speak up for the benefit of Madam Court Reporter.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
My name is Artisha Stewart. That is spelled Artesha. Stewart, Stewart.
And how old are you, Stuart?
I'm 27.
Have you always lived in Memphis?
Yes,
And where do you work?
I'm working at FedEx
About how long have you worked at FedEx?
right now. On and off roughly, I want to say since I was 19.
And do you have any children?
Yes,
How many?
one,
And what's your child's name?
Aaliyah,
And how old is she?
4.
I want to take you back to 2021. Where were you living at that time?
Living with my mom
And where was that?
in Memphis.
I'm sorry?
In Memphis,
And what was your street address?
5061 Stacy Road.
I'm going to show you what has previously been entered as Exhibit 67. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what is that a picture of?
my house.
Now, where were you working back in 2021?
FedEx.
And did you meet someone by the name of Brandon Isabel?
Yes,
Did he also work at FedEx?
yes,
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
yes.
Would you please point to and describe something he's wearing?
With a black and blue shirt and black tie.
Judge, I would ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Now, did you actually meet Mr. Isabel at FedEx when you were working?
Yes,
And at some point, did you start dating?
yes.
Do you remember about when that was?
June 2021.
And where did he live when you first met?
He lived in Cordova on his own. What is that?
Where, I'm sorry.
He lived in Cordova.
Was he living with anyone at that time?
No,
Was it a house or an apartment?
apartment.
And at that time, were you aware whether he was married or single?
At that time, from what I know, he was single. And then I found out he was married.
And to your understanding, were he and his wife separated?
Yes,
And do you recall what her name was?
yes.
What is her name?
Zaria,
Now, did they have any children?
yes.
How many?
1,
And what was that child's name?
Kingston,
And do you recall back in 2021, early 2022, how old Kingston was?
5.
Now, you said that you had one child, Aaliyah. Is Brandon Aaliyah's father?
No,
Did you have Aaliyah before you were in a relationship with Brandon?
yes,
Now, I'm going to take you back to January of 2022. At that point in time, about how long had you and the defendant, Mr. Isabel, been dating?
can you repeat that?
Back in January of 2022, were you still dating Mr. Isabel?
We were on and off dating.
And about how long had you been in a relationship, whether it was off or on?
6 months.
And at that point in time, had he moved to a different place?
Yes,
Where was he living then?
his parents.
Did they also live in Cordova?
Yes,
And were they in a house or an apartment?
house.
Now, did you know someone by the name of Danielle Hoyle?
Yes,
How did you know Danielle?
through Brent.
Did Danielle also work with you guys at FedEx?
Yes,
And did you become aware that the defendant and Danielle had had a sexual relationship at some point?
yes,
Now, while you and the defendant were dating, did you and Danielle have any confrontations?
yes.
And when you say confrontations, what are you talking about?
More so of a he say, she say conversation type thing.
Are we talking physical confrontations?
No.
Are we talking verbal confrontations?
Yes,
Did those happen face to face?
no.
How would those happen?
Through, like, someone would say something, bring it back to me. She would say, I would say something, then bring it back to her.
And would some of this stuff occur like over text messages?
Yes,
Now, did you become aware during that time period that you were dating the defendant that Danielle was pregnant?
yes.
And what did the defendant tell you about Danielle as far as the paternity of her baby?
He wasn't sure if the baby was his or not.
Did he tell you that there was a possibility it was his?
Yes,
So I want to go to mid-January of 2022. What was the status of your relationship with the defendant?
we were broken up.
Is that something that had occurred multiple times in your relationship,
Yes,
breaking up and getting back together?
yes,
Was it sort of a constant of your relationship?
yes.
Did you and the defendant have nicknames for each other?
Yes.
What were they?
Pudding and waffle and cookie.
And so who was Cookie
Me,
and who was Puddin'?
Brent.
And is it fair for me to assume Wifey was you as well?
Yes,
Have the two of you talked about getting married at some point?
yes,
Did he at some point give you a promise ring?
yes.
Now, in late January, how far along was Danielle in her pregnancy?
Got to give birth in January.
And during that time period, how would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
Can you repeat that?
Okay, during that time period, late January, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Isbell? Was everything great? Were you guys still doing your breakup, get back together? Just describe for the jury what the status was.
Yeah, breaking up and getting back together.
Is it fair to say it was a little rocky?
Yes,
And during that time period, did you start seeing other guys?
yes,
Did the defendant find out about that?
yes.
Now, how did you feel about the defendant possibly having another child?
I wasn't too fun, wasn't sure about continuing the date.
And did you express that to him?
Yes,
Did the two of you text pretty frequently?
yes.
What was your phone number at that time?
It was 901-896-5848.
I want to take you to the early morning of January 31st of 2022. Were you and the defendant texting with each other?
Yes.
What was going on in those early morning hours?
I want to say he was with Danielle and I was at home, and we pretty much talked that morning after he was at the hospital.
Okay, so before we get to that, so early morning, January 31st of 2022, are you and the defendant texting back and forth?
Yes.
And what is your understanding as to where he is at that time?
He was at the hospital.
Was Danielle having the baby?
Yes.
And what was the tone of your text messages at that point?
Pretty much more so me being upset and him being upset. And pretty much me being over the relationship.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing her. Just ask her to keep her voice up.
Keep your voice up.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you. Could you repeat what you just said, that last sentence?
The last sentence, pretty much over the relationship.
Now, you mentioned that later that morning, after Kennedy was born, you met up with the defendant. Is that right?
Yes.
And where did you guys meet up?
Mud out.
Was that somewhere that you had met up in the past?
Yes.
And why did you meet up there?
To talk to the defendant.
Were you talking about your relationship?
Yes.
At that point, did anything get resolved?
No.
Did you want the defendant to get a paternity test on Kennedy?
Yes.
And did you actually end up buying a paternity test for him?
Yes.
And where did you buy that?
Walgreens.
And did you get that paternity test to the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you take it?
Well, he took it. I took it to him at the hospital.
Now, I'm going to take you to the night of February 1st of 2022. Where were you at the beginning of that evening?
At the beginning of that evening, I was at home.
And is that at the Stacy Roadhouse?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
Pretty much just planning my daughter's birthday, my birthday, just at home.
Now, at the beginning of the evening, did you have Aaliyah?
Yes.
Did you keep her the whole night?
No.
Where did she go?
With her father.
Did he come pick her up?
Yes.
And later that night, did you end up going out?
Yes.
Now, before you went out, were you supposed to meet Mr. Isabel that evening?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time that was supposed to happen?
6.
And where were you supposed to meet?
At my house.
Why were you meeting?
He wanted to talk to me and my mom about our relationship.
Do you know why you wanted to talk to your mom?
With her finding out about Danielle having a baby. So she found out about him having a baby, him being separated, and she felt like there was no more of the relationship that needed to be. So I guess with her knowing, he wanted to talk to me and her about it.
Were you and your mom close?
Yes.
Is she a protective mom?
Yes.
Does she want the best for you?
Yes.
Now, did he ever show up to that meeting?
No.
Was there anything significant about February 1st?
It was Brandon's birthday.
And do you recall how old he was turning in 2022?
25, 26.
Now, throughout that night of February 1st, 2022, did the defendant text you?
Yes.
We talked about this a little bit, but did you stay at Stacy Road all night?
No.
Where did you go?
I went to my cousin's house,
And what's your cousin's name?
my Asian.
Is she your blood cousin?
No, we just grew up together.
Is she someone you've known for a long time?
Yes.
And was it early evening that you went to see Myasia or later? Do you remember?
Late evening, I want to say around 10 o'clock.
And why were you going to meet Myasia?
I went to give her a deposit for my nails for my birthday.
And where did Myasia live at that time?
I can't give the direct address, but it was between North Second and Chelsea
And was she living in a house or apartments?
apartment.
At that time, what kind of car were you driving?
A 2018 Kia Soul.
Do you recall about how long you stayed at Myasia's?
Until 11.
And where did you go after that?
I was headed to Dixie Queen
Why were you going to Dixie Queen?
to get something to eat.
Now, during this night, are you still texting with Mr. Isabel?
Yes.
Do you recall if he asked you to get anything at Dixie Queen?
Yes.
Was that a little out of the ordinary?
Yes.
Why is that?
He normally doesn't eat Dixie Queen.
Now, when you were still out and about, did Mr. Isabel share his location with you?
Yes.
Do you recall where that location was?
Walgreens and Elvis Presley and Raines.
Was that something that the two of you normally did in your relationship, share locations?
No.
Was it odd to you?
Yes.
Back at that time, what kind of vehicle did the defendant drive?
A Chevy Malibu,
And do you remember what color it was?
white.
I'm going to show you a picture, Exhibit 68, and see if you recognize it. Do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes.
Is that Brandon Isabel's Chevy Malibu?
Yes.
Was he driving it that night?
Yes.
Did the two of you arrange to meet up?
Yes.
And where were you going to meet?
My house.
Now, who got to your house first?
Brandon.
And when you pulled up, where was he?
At my house.
Was he inside or outside?
Outside.
Was he coming out of the house or was he standing outside?
Coming out of the house.
And what happened when he came out of the house?
I was trying to park my car normally under the tree where his car is located. I tried to park my car right there.
Let me stop you just 1 second. Let me go back to exhibit. Exhibit 67. Okay. So where would you normally park?
Under the tree, which is to the right of the Chrysler.
So over in this area?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so you pulled up and what happened next?
I was trying to get him to move his car so I can park to have him drive his car because he told me that he went and got gas. I didn't have any gas in my car. So when I told him to move his car, he told me we didn't have any time to move my vehicle. So we had to drive my car
And where were you going?
to his mom's house.
Why?
He told me that he got a call from Danielle's brother and that Danielle was missing and that he wanted to talk to Brandon about Danielle's whereabouts.
And so you left Stacy to go to, and to be clear, we're talking about Mr. Isabel's mom's house,
Yes,
and is that the house in Cordova?
yes,
And who was driving?
me,
And to be clear, whose car were you in?
my car.
How was he behaving when you were in the car?
He was pretty much on his phone a lot, texting a lot.
Having been in a relationship with him for a while, was he acting like he usually did?
No,
What happened when you got to his parents' house?
when we got to his parents' house, he went in. I stayed in the car for a minute, and then I got out. And when we went inside, Brandon was crying to his parents.
When you got to their house, did you have any weapons with you?
Yes,
What did you have with you?
I had my Smith & Wesson 40 caliber and a lime green bag.
And why did you have this with you?
After the phone call that Brandon's father had with Danielle's brother, that I think he got a text from some guy named Cortez, and he said that they was gonna come.
Just a second. There's an objection?
Withdrawn.
Go ahead, please.
He received a text message from someone named Cortez, and that they said they was gonna come and do something. So with my defense, I went and got my weapons out of my car.
Now, did you normally have your gun with you?
Yes,
Did you normally have the bat in your car?
yes,
And did you move those items into the Blackberry house?
yes.
Now, while you were there, were the police called?
Yes,
And do you recall who called the police?
yes.
Who was it?
Brandon's mom.
And did officers arrive on the scene?
Yes,
Were you eventually taken down to the homicide office downtown?
yes,
And did you give a statement to them?
yes,
Do you remember how long you were there?
yes.
How long?
8 hours.
Now, did you end up giving the police your phone?
Yes,
And did you agree to allow them to search it?
yes.
I'm gonna show you a couple of photographs and see if you recognize them. We'll take a look at those. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes,
And are those photos of your car that you were driving that night?
yes,
Did the police actually tell you to search your car?
yes,
I would ask that those be the next exhibits, exhibit 76 and 77. You have permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead, please.
What is that a picture of?
my car.
And what is that a photo of?
My daughter's tablet, my daughter's face mask, her top, and 2 drinks, and maybe it's a bag.
And was that the food you picked up that night?
Yes,
Did you even get a chance to eat it?
No,
Now, during your relationship with the defendant, did he have a gun at that time?
yes,
And do you recall what kind of gun?
Glock is a 9mm
Where would he normally keep it?
on this person.
Did he keep it in a waistband or pocket? What?
Inside holster.
That evening, when you got to Stacy Road, was that the first time you saw Mr. Isabel that evening?
That evening, yes.
Artisha, just to be clear, you said that you saw the defendant at Stacy Road for the first time that night, is that
Yes.
right? Had you seen him earlier that day of February 1st, 2022?
Yes,
And was that briefly at his house?
yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Can we just take a second to switch over?
Just a moment, please. You want a 5-minute break? Jury out? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 5-minute break. No discussion of anything. If you need any coffee or water, let us know.
Excuse me, you know, don't step.
Thank you.
Ms. Stewart, I'm going to ask you to step down in these next 5 minutes. You are still under oath. You are not to discuss your testimony with anyone. We'll call you back up whenever defense is ready. Recess.
What stands for recess?
Lovely. Someone have a remote?
Oh, I do. That, we figured it out to where we don't have to disconnect and
I
reconnect.
heard that Ms. Timmerman paid you a visit.
She did.
Don't move that,
I
please.
will not, I
Thank you.
promise. Oh, and Your Honor, Mr. Massey we're not able to get a color exhibit printed. Can we substitute this tomorrow morning with the color version of it? When we publish it, it will be in color.
You will advise the court of what that exactly is, and when you try to enter it, you'll let me know and you'll identify it on the record so that I can write it down and Madam Court Reporter know exactly what we're subbing out
Yes, Your Honor.
tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm at 70.
Where is the witness? Okay, I see her now. Mr. Christensen, I could not see her.
You're in the courtroom.
Ms. Stewart. Ms. Stewart, if you please come forward and take the witness stand again, please. Before we broke, I indicated to you that you are still under oath. Mr. Massey has some questions for you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. You met Brandon, I believe, at Paris
Yes,
in 2021
yes,
and began dating around June. You knew it before you began dating, right?
yes.
Okay. You began dating him around June.
Mhm.
And it's fair to say both of you were very attracted to each other.
Yes,
Kind of both fell hard into each other.
yes,
And fell in love with each other.
yes,
And you had a daughter named Aaliyah.
yes.
How was Brendan around Aaliyah?
He was very friendly, very caring for her.
And there were many occasions that he professed his love to you,
Yes,
both in person and on text.
yes,
And vice versa, you did the same with him.
yes,
He wanted you to marry him,
yes,
and you wanted to marry him.
yes,
If they should be, I mean, if they could get this drama that was all going on. So,
yes.
we pass you up this plate. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes,
And that's a text from you, isn't it?
yes,
And who is it to?
Brandon.
And where does it say? Ready to the jury, please.
The whole thing, or, okay. I said, well, I sent the picture and I texted him and I said, I just want you to be my protector, my home, my peace. Most importantly, my husband, I love you. And he texted me back and he said, I love you too, baby. Do I read the cutoff?
I'll pop it up on the screen. Thank you. Third item, interview status and next number exhibit. Thank you, Mr. Now,
Go ahead, please.
this is a picture of you and Brandon together.
Yes,
It was all smiles then, wasn't
yes,
it? And you told him you wanted, most importantly to be, you wanted him to be your husband.
yes,
And he wrote you back, texted you back, and said, really the same thing back to you, I love you.
yes,
And when I love hard. I told you my goal yesterday over dinner, and that's my desire. We fought too much. And there's more of the text that evidently cut off. But you two had discussed being married
yes,
and kind of formalizing your relationship.
yes,
And to you, I believe, a relationship, it was like a statement, wasn't it?
can you repeat that?
A relationship was like a statement of your relationship with each other.
Yes,
Let me pass you this. If you recognize it, please.
yes,
John, I've asked that we made the next number exhibit, please. And they would publish that, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you. And who's the lady in the white t-shirt?
me,
And what is that on your hand?
a ring,
And how did you come to have that ring on your hand?
Brandon bought it for me for Christmas.
Was it also a proposal?
No,
Was it a pre-proposal? Kind of
promise ring, yes,
promise. And it was promising you that you would, if things were gonna work out and you two were gonna get married.
yes,
And the letter that he wrote you there, again, professing his love.
yes,
This love I have for you is so unconditional. I want to give you my all. You're growing into the woman I want to spend my life with every day, baby. You changed me and my wife. And we liked getting those letters from him at the
Yes.
time,
yes,
right? And you would send him back short letters to him, or
yes,
text.
yes,
And I believe at that Christmas time, when you got that ring, we also did a video of you both together.
yes,
And had a picture where you showed the jury. One of the nicknames he gave you was Wifey,
yes,
all the cookie.
Mhm.
And you called him Puddin'?
yes,
What is that? Cookie and Puddin'.
just names, nicknames,
Just
wait,
nicknames, must be affectionate names.
yes,
There was a problem with your relationship, right?
yes,
That problem was Brandon was still married,
yes,
although he was in a divorce. Right?
yes,
And he had a child
yes,
named Kingston,
yes,
and they were having a big custody battle over Kingston.
yes,
And Kingston came to your house a lot of times, didn't he? Or a
Yes.
number of times.
Mhm.
for your kid?
Yes.
And in addition to Zaria, he was having the divorce battle with, custody battle with, he also had with Danielle Hoyle, right?
Yes.
Or he had been with her, and she had become pregnant,
Yes.
and she was expecting a baby.
Yes.
And so this caused you concern. You didn't know if you wanted to commit to this, did you?
Yes.
But you loved him.
Yes.
But it was just, you had some concerns that you wanted ironed out.
Yes.
Were you and Brandon ever living together?
No.
One of your concerns was, I believe, that you were concerned about taking on 2 other kids.
Yes.
And this one kid's hard, and when you get 3, it's real hard.
Yes.
And you weren't really fond of the idea of having more children.
Yes.
And one thing that you felt, I think, is that fair to say you felt very strongly that if Brandon loves you, he ought to be there with you.
Yes.
And not by having to run around and do things for example, Danielle.
No.
No. Like having to go take things up to the hospital.
Can you repeat that?
Yes. One of the things you didn't like was him not putting his foot down, right?
Yes.
And the things he was not putting his foot down about is the Danielle and his family and her family calling him when they needed something.
No.
And he would, he wouldn't, he'd be with you and he'd say, I've got to go and run over and do something.
Are you just referring to Danielle or are you referring to Zaria and Danielle?
Well, of course, he had that probably from both.
Yeah.
Of course, Danielle was pregnant during this time. Zaria already had Kingston, and they were fighting again anyway.
Yes.
Did y'all do much talking with Zaria?
No.
She was not easy to talk with, was she?
No.
Both of you, is it fair to say both of you questioned whether or not the child that Danielle was delivering, whether Brandon was the father?
Yes.
And that was important to you. You wanted that resolved too, didn't you?
Yes.
And this whole situation caused you a lot of stress,
No.
didn't?
No.
Okay. Sometimes didn't you feel like it was difficult to go forward with the relationship under those circumstances? That's the stress I'm talking about.
Okay.
Okay? So it would be fair to say that does cause problems with your relationship. And I'm going to state ask you, you two, as attracted as you were to each other, there was still on again, off again, break up, get back together, break up, make up. All right?
Yes.
Now, most of the time, who was it breaking up?
Me.
Wasn't him, hardly ever was it.
No.
And when you did break off from him, he would beg you to come back.
Yes.
And that happened more than once.
Yes.
Now, it happened each time y'all let her break up.
Yes.
And you would let him make his way back
Yes,
because you love him too,
yes,
despite the situation.
yes.
I want to talk to you now about January the 31st. That was the day that Kennedy was born. Is that right?
Yes,
And did you talk to Danielle that day?
yes,
Did you talk to Danielle while she was at the hospital?
yes,
Did you talk to her while she was in labor?
no,
Like before she had the baby?
after,
You talked to her after she had the baby?
yes,
And your body DNA test,
yes,
did you bring it to the hospital?
yes,
And you and Brandon had discussed this DNA test a number of times, as you know.
yes,
And the purpose was to see if he was the father.
yes,
And Danielle wanted him to sign the birth certificate after Kennedy was born. She didn't want him to, did she?
no,
Was a swab done that day for the DNA test on Kennedy?
to my knowledge, yes, that's what I was told.
We're talking now about February the 1st. Let me go back just a bit. On the 31st, you come up to the hospital, you talk to Danielle, and did you talk to Brandon?
Yes,
Where had you been before going to the hospital?
I was at a friend's house in Fraser.
Was he with you? Was Brandon with you?
No,
How did you never come to the hospital?
I was talking to Brandon.
Okay.
Texting.
You all talked a lot on the phone, didn't you?
Yes,
You FaceTime a lot too.
yes,
And even when you broke up, had one of these break apart, you would still text
yes,
and talk
yes,
and FaceTime.
yes,
You just wouldn't meet personally when you were having these breakups. On February the 1st, you had to work at FedEx, right?
yes,
And while you were traveling there, you were on the phone with Brandon.
yes.
And before you got to work, you had to drop your daughter, Leah. How old was she? Was she then?
Then she was 11 months.
And you had to drop her off at your godaunt's house.
Yes,
And that was in Cordova.
yes,
And generally, oftentimes your aunt and godaunt would be able to keep Leah for you all day while you worked.
yes,
But this day she couldn't, could she?
no,
She had somewhere she had to be, and so you left 4:30.
yes,
About 12:30,
yes,
and you picked up Leah,
yes,
and that was at the Cordova house where your godaunt lived.
yes,
And that road, that street that your godaunt lives on, is the same street that Brandon's parents live.
no,
Real close?
it's close.
Okay. And on the way back from picking Aaliyah up, you see his car was there?
Yes,
Did you stop?
yes.
Were you making up by this time, or was this still in flux as far as your relationship?
It was still rocky.
Still right?
Yes,
It still wasn't sure. Right?
yes,
He was sure, you just weren't sure, right?
yes.
When you stopped at his house, did you stay there long? Did you guys talk a long time there?
Not to what I remember done.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I know you said to the state a moment ago that you went down to Harbor Town and talked with him, met him there and talked.
Yes, on the 31st.
That was on the 31st. Okay. All right. What did y'all talk about?
We talked about our relationship.
And how you could fix it? Or what? How you could,
Wasn't sure. Wasn't sure about the relationship.
what you could do about it? To make it work, whether or not you were willing to
Yes,
give into this? It was a big commitment, wasn't
yes,
it? And you were very cautious about it
yes,
and reluctant about it,
yes,
even though you loved him and wanted him to be your husband.
yes.
How long did you stay at Brandon's house when you were coming, when you stopped? On the way back from your drive?
I think I lived, how long did I stay?
Yeah,
I
you remember, I
stayed
know it's not
probably,
that.
I want to say about 15, 10 minutes, 30 minutes.
And when you stopped, was Brandon crying?
Yes,
I believe you were asked, was he crying real tears? And the answer was
yes,
yes. Why?
about our relationship.
About you, right?
Yes,
He loved you,
yes,
he wanted you with him.
yes.
Did you resolve anything at that time?
No.
Did you hug?
Can you repeat that?
Did you hug? Did you hug? Were you physical at all while you were at his house?
No.
Just talk.
Yes,
And I guess one of the things that I think you used the word drama when you talked about it previously. You were the one bringing the drama. He was the one bringing the drama with Child and Mary
yes,
and with Danielle, and she's delivering center.
yes,
Got 2 women there and children.
yes,
And that's the drama, and you didn't know if you wanted to be able to step in.
yes,
But you didn't always have it.
no,
You told him though that y'all were together and you cared about him.
I guess, yes,
So,
yes,
but you told him you didn't want to deal with that drama.
yes,
Okay. And that you shouldn't have to.
yes,
And you left Brandon's, you went home.
yes,
Stayed there most of the day.
yes,
With Aaliyah,
yes,
with your mom.
yes,
Is your mom working?
no,
She she's babysitting Aaliyah a lot, so
Yes,
grandmother would love to do that, don't
yes,
they? And sometime late that evening, probably around 10 o'clock, that's when you went to your cousin's house,
yes,
apartment,
yes,
and apartment number 306.
yes,
And you got there probably in the neighborhood at 10:30 at night.
yes,
That's on the first, right? February first. And you didn't stop on the way over there anywhere else.
no,
You went straight to her place, because Brandon was coming to your house later.
yes,
You let your mom know,
yes,
and she would let him in that way.
yes,
Your cousin's apartment, was that in the Harbortown area?
no. Downtown area, Chelsea and Second.
But to go to that place, wouldn't you go over the bridge like it goes into Harbortown
No,
on AWS?
no,
While you were at your cousin's, and I think you went there to put down a deposit, right?
yes,
For your nails, to get your nails done?
yes.
How much did it cost to get your nails done?
To get my nails done in total or the deposit?
Is it that big?
I did my deposit for 60. My nails overall was 85.
And Brandon texted you while you were at your cousin's.
Yes,
Where are you? Right?
yes,
Because he was already at your house.
yes,
And didn't you, give him your location your locator where you push it on your phone and he can tell where you are?
yes,
Okay. You sent your location to him, that's what I'm looking for.
yes,
Okay. And told him you're on the way. They're coming.
yes,
And that was probably in the neighborhood of 11:30.
yes,
You stopped by one Dixie Queen that was closed.
yes,
Stopped by the second one that was still open.
yes,
And so you went in and got some food.
yes,
Took it with you.
yes.
While, since you were just leaving your cousin's, Brandon went to Walgreens.
Yes.
And how do you know that?
He sent his location.
The location services showed him going to Walgreens.
Yes,
And you got you a single rose, a red rose.
I wasn't aware of it.
Did you come to find out later
Yes,
that you're a red rose and some candy?
yes,
When you got home, he was very anxious. Is that a fair description?
yes,
And he told you about the brother contacting him on Facebook.
yes,
And he told you about the brother saying that Danielle's car was missing, and she was missing, and the baby was missing.
he told me that Danielle's car been found abandoned and they wanted to talk to him about her whereabouts.
Okay. And they wanted to come talk to him.
Yes,
He asked if they could come to your place,
yes,
and you said,
no,
you said more than no. You said
Yeah.
H no, right?
yes,
Okay. And you meant that.
yes,
So he gave him his mom and dad's location,
Yes,
and you got one over there.
yes,
Did you feel like you may be in danger?
no,
They were mad at it. Right.
yes,
Didn't the threatening text that we, I think you talked about at the state say, hey, bitch, we're gonna come, we're gonna come see you.
yes,
So that's a threatening text.
yes,
And, well, when you went over to his parents' home, you took the pistol,
yes,
40 caliber,
yes,
and you carried it in your backpack.
yes,
You had your backpack with you,
yes,
and you had your, what you say was a lime bat,
yes, lime green,
lime green baseball bat.
yes.
And why did you bring those things?
Once I heard about the text message, that's when I got my weapons, because at that moment, I felt like I was in danger.
And you already said he was anxious. You felt like he may be threatened too? Certainly his mom did.
Yes,
Because once you got to his house and the telephone call to his dad and this last threatening text, that's when his mom called the police.
yes,
Along with the bat, did you leave the machete, it wasn't quite a machete, but it was like a machete, in the car?
yes,
You didn't take it in with you?
no,
And you were gonna stand by Brandon
yes,
in this time of trouble? Right? Because you still looking.
yes,
At one point, I think the state was asking you about Brandon wanting to talk to your mom,
yes,
and he didn't get to talk to her, I don't think, at that time.
no,
You pass this up to this, if you recognize it. That help refresh your memory?
yes, in December,
Not sure exactly when that was, but there's no date there on that.
it is
There is, what is the date, please?
December 23rd.
Okay. That was right around the time that you got the ring.
Yes,
Did you buy him a ring? Did I ask you that?
can you repeat that?
Did you buy him a ring also? You did not give it to him?
No,
No, that's everybody exhibit, please.
This is 3 pages, collective 80, or do you want to do 80, 81, 82?
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah, probably, Ron.
Yes, sir.
You did one at a time, a whole lot, I can't see that. This is a text that Brandon sent to your family. All right, trying to tell him you love, how much you love him.
Yes.
Says y'all might have heard this before, but I love Artisha so much. Y'all, like for real. I feel he changed me. Used to be a cheater to my old women, but I don't even do that anymore, honestly. 100%. I've given her my full undivided attention, affection, love, and faithfulness. I think she makes me a better father, honestly. This is on the 23rd, right? What day did he give you that ring? Is it on Christmas Day or
Christmas.
Christmas Day?
Mhm.
This was right before he gave you the ring.
Yes.
You mean a lot to him, and now he just wants to spoil you. And basically, he's telling your family what a wonderful person you are,
Yes.
and how much he loves you,
Yes.
and how much he wants to be a part of your life.
Yes.
And if I may pass this text up to you. And you can help with the time frame on that a little bit too, please.
Don't have time frame on it.
Do you recall that one? Is that from you or is that from him?
From me.
You recognize it as being from you?
Yes.
I'd have to that be made the next time we did it.
That's 2 pages, collective 81 is where I am. Thank you.
I think it would be fair to say that's close to around January 26th. Would you? Because after the rain thing in December,
I don't remember.
November. And basically what this is, says the jury can read it and they're in the back with it, but if you telling him how much you love him.
Yes.
It's almost what apologizing for some of the times that you back away. And it was just a tough situation, wasn't it?
Yes.
At the last of it, you say you're my first real relationship and hopefully my last. And you signed that to Isabel's.
Yes.
Yeah, that's because you wanted to be his wife.
Yes.
Last one I'll pass up to you, please. For the January 31st date. sent a text on the January 31st of 2020.
Yes,
And is it from Brandon to you?
can you repeat it?
Is it from Brandon to you?
Yes,
And in it, what does he tell you?
basically that he loves me.
And that's what they made the next exhibit you want to play.
To be clear, earlier, before we started, this is the one that you want to basically use as a placeholder until we can get a color copy, we anticipate on tomorrow.
We're gonna show it as a color copy, but we're gonna replace it with a color copy.
For the purposes of the record, this is going to be 82 that has to be swapped out.
Thank you.
Is that, do we have a number to give it for it?
82?
May I publish it?
It's published, Mr. Mass.
Anybody get it here? Okay. Again, on January 31st, he's writing to you, calling you wifey,
Yes,
saying he's basically looking forward to spending his life with you.
yes,
And telling you he loves you.
yes.
One moment, please, Ron. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Got other questions?
Any redirect from the state?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Ms. Stewart, the night of February 1st of 2022, you testified that you and Brandon were texting throughout the night, is that right?
Yes,
And when you ended up meeting up in your vehicle, did he tell you whether he had seen Danielle that night?
yes.
What did he tell you?
He said that he met her in the MAPCO and exchanged baby clothes.
Now, I want to just briefly talk to you about that last exhibit, Exhibit 82. So you said this green portion, that is a message that Mr. Isabel sent to you, is that correct?
Yes,
And the blue portion, is that your response?
yes,
Are you able to read that to the jury?
yes. I said, just take care of your children, Brandon.
That's all I have.
reading that you know that just back here of your children, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, you may sit down. Please approach. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, please. State of Tennessee.
Yes, Your Honor. The state of Tennessee calls Sergeant Jason Bledsoe.
Sergeant Bledsoe, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your raise your right hand.
Hello. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate your time. Do you swear to solemnly tell the truth? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Watch yourself. Speak up. Now.
Please state and spell your name.
Yes, sir. My name is Jason Bledsoe, Jasonbledsoe,
Where do you work?
the Memphis Police Department.
Do you have a rank in the police department?
I'm a sergeant.
Sergeant Bledsoe, how long have you been in the police department?
A little over 24 years now.
What's your current job assignment there?
With the digital forensic unit, we examine the mobile devices from bureaus, mainly outside.
So you say mobile devices, what are you talking about?
Cell phones, tablets, even a drone if one was brought in.
Do you have any training or experience in relation to evaluating mobile devices?
I did, yes, sir.
What type of training experience?
It's kind of a long story. I'll try to make it short for you best I can. 1993, I joined the United States Air Force. I did active duty for about 6.5 years. 2000, I got out and joined the Air National Guard. Following that year, I joined the Memphis Police Department. And in 2007, I got called back to the military. I got detailed to the United States Army Counter-Drug Task Force. And they trained me to be an intelligence analyst, and I was assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration here in Memphis, Tennessee. There, my 2 years with them, I was trained to use Celebrite. Celebrite's software and hardware that is able to take mobile devices, extract the data without altering it or adding anything to the device, and examine that into a category portion report.
From there, they also taught me to use PLX software. PLX software is basically able to take call records and analyze that as well and make it more understandable. After the 2 years I was there, I went back to the Memphis Police Department, and shortly after I became a task force officer, assigned to the DEA again, and I did approximately 8 years with them, where I was able to use my analytical skills that I learned as being an intelligence analyst for the cases I was working here in Memphis and abroad. In 2019, I got promoted to sergeant, and they moved me to the digital forensic unit. Once I got there, I was trained and recertified to use the Cellbrite software and the PLX. And we also have a software called Breakkey. Breakkey is another type of tool that's able to extract data from a device without altering or changing anything from that device.
You mentioned the Cellbrite certifications. What certifications do you have?
Currently, I have the Cellbrite and PLX.
Do you have to do anything to maintain or update those certifications?
Yes, sir. Every 2 years, we get recertified with the Cellbrite software.
In your career, about how many device or mobile device extractions do you think you performed?
To date, I've extracted approximately 1,300 devices.
Here at this time today, Tennessee would tender Sergeant Bledsoe as an expert in the area of forensic mobile device examinations and extractions.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you. Sergeant Bledsoe, I'd like to direct your attention back to February 2nd of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Were you working on that day?
I was.
Were you in your current job position at that time?
I was, yes, sir.
Were you involved with an investigation regarding Danielle Hoyle and Kennedy Hoyle, who were missing at the time?
Yes, sir. Earlier that morning, I'm part of the CAR team, which is a child abduction response team. It basically calls in when a child's been abducted here in Memphis. I got called in earlier that morning to see if I can assist on any devices that came in related to that case.
To your knowledge, were there any devices that had been recovered relating to this case?
Yes, sir. We received advice from Brandon Isabel's.
And to your knowledge, what was Brandon Isabel's involvement at this point in the investigation?
Boyfriend.
Boyfriend of who?
I can't recall the female's name. I apologize.
Was it the female who was deceased at the time, Danielle Hoyle?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive that cell phone?
I did. Yes.
Karen, may I approach as an object to the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant Bledsoe, I passed you an object. Would you take a look inside, please, and tell me what you represent?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
This is an iPhone 11 Pro with a SIM card attached to the back of it.
Is that the iPhone 11 Pro belonging to Brandon Isabel that you performed an extraction of?
Yes, it is.
Once you received that phone, what did you do with it?
Once we received the phone, as you can tell, the SIM card was taped to the back of it. The reason we take the SIM card to the back of it, sometimes the investigator couldn't put it in airplane mode, so it wouldn't communicate with the tower. If it was to communicate with the tower, they can actually remotely wipe that device, all the data that's on that device, by logging into their account. So if it wasn't put in airplane mode, we take the SIM card out, tape it to the back, so we will not communicate with the tower. We also, I believe on this case, we were given the passcode for this and also a warrant. So we reviewed the warrant, make sure the warrant had the correct data on it, and the passcode that was given to us, we verified it and locked the device.
Sergeant Bledsoe, is there anything else inside that envelope other than the phone itself?
That's the case that was the device was in.
The case that, the device that as you received it?
Yes.
Here on this time, state as to be marked as the next number exhibit number 83.
So this is an envelope containing both the iPhone 11 and a protective case?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Bledsoe, in preparation for your testimony, did you prepare a PowerPoint to explain the extraction process in the cell phone?
I did, yes.
the court's permission, has to display that PowerPoint as a monster bay.
Go ahead, please.
May we approach briefly while we're doing that?
Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. Sergeant Bledsoe.
Sergeant Bledsoe, is this the PowerPoint that you prepared?
Yes, sir, it is.
This first slide that you have prepared, is this what is it?
It's just describing the overview of the whole case. We're on February 2nd, 2022. Sergeant Karina brought me a device that belonged to Brandon Isbell. Also advised that he had a warrant for the device, gave me the passcode, and they were requesting a report of date range from January 1st to February 2nd, 2022. From here, basically the extraction was done with the gray key. The gray key was able to extract data off the device and use that data to put it in a cell write to make a regular report that it's easier to understand, that's categorized by messages, call logs, stuff like that.
So when you pull information off of a phone using gray key, can you just open it up and look at it on a computer without running it through any type of software?
No, sir. I mean, it's usually put up into a zip file, and gray keys able to put a hash on it to where it's basically, it cannot be altered. And if it was to be altered, that they could run a hasher on it to see if that file is actually changed.
And then in this next slide, there's two photographs. What are those photographs?
The first one's a picture of the device with it turned on. It's a picture with a male and a little kid, and the other one's backside of the device with the SIM card.
Is that the phone that you performed the extraction on?
It is.
The same one you showed the jury just a moment ago in exhibit 83?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Bledsoe, let's talk about extractions. What is an extraction of cell phone?
So extracting the data off the device can be done in several different ways, but different kind of software out there. In this case, we did Gray Key was able to actually do a full file system off that. That's basically taking the full file system off it, copying it completely, and then able to put it in the cell write. File system is pretty much more in depth compared to the other extractions. You're able to get a lot more data compared to the other one. So having the passcode with it being unlocked, you can sometimes recover deleted data as well with that kind of extraction.
So is it fair to say that you're making pretty much an exact copy of that phone?
Correct.
Or the data that's on there?
Yes, sir.
Then in this slide, I think for you, this is talking about the actual software that you use. What software did you use?
For the extraction, we use the Gray Key, and for the analyzing, we use Celebrate.
You mentioned there was a full system extraction. How does that differ from other types of extractions?
So sometimes when we can't get into the device, we have a SIM card extraction. That's the first one you see up there. That's just that little card you put into your SIM card tray, and that's what's going to communicate with the towers. Back in the old days, that SIM card had photos, had all the good stuff on there. These days, it's mainly just your phone number. So if we can't get anything much off of the device, we'll at least pull the phone number off of that device. So that's a SIM card. The second one is the file system. That's basically what I was just talking about. That's taking the file system directly off the device, and everything that the user, when you look at the device, what's on the interface of that, I can get the things you cannot see, all the files that's behind all that. The logical not as in more depth compared to a file system, but I can do categories where I extract like just your call log, your text messages, your photos, your videos, and stuff like that.
And is there another type?
Yes, the last one's like the physical. Physical, basically, it can bypass the whole phone. If you have a swipe pattern or anything like that, it will get directly everything off the device, even all the deleted data. The physical and the full file system that Grid Key produces are pretty much similar in definition.
And then, in this slide that you prepared, what is type of information?
This right here is just kind of the case information describing what it was, who brought the phone in, the case number, it's Apple iPhone 11 Pro, the phone number that's being assigned to it, which can be helpful if you end up getting call records from the phone company, so you could do the tower mapping. And then the passcode that was provided that actually unlocked the device.
So what was the phone number for this phone that you performed the extraction on?
It's the one highlighted red. It's 1901-340-4649.
And below that, there's another thing called the IMEI. There's a long number after that. What is that?
That's basically the mobile equipment identifier. That's just like another serial number for it to identify that as that device.
Is it specific to an individual device?
Yes, sir.
No two devices have the same IMEI, is that correct?
That's correct.
What is this you're seeing now on the screen?
So the Great Key software is kind of neat. When we plug it in, it actually, once it identifies the phone, it will actually do a progress report. The progress report tells me exactly what it is. Is there a device name? Did he name his device like Brandon's device or Brandon's iPhone? It tells me the model number, which is the iPhone 11 Pro, serial number, phone number that I just talked about, the IMEI. And then if he has his account set up, if he's logged into his Gmail, iCloud, or stuff like that, it will produce that kind of information. Because sometimes you can't get in a phone, the iCloud account information, you could actually send a warrant to iCloud or Gmail and request their records to dig a little bit deeper into the data that you could get off the device. If they backed up the device, then I could get that data.
You mentioned earlier about hash verification.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Hash is basically like a fingerprint. When we finish these reports, Great Key produces an automatic hash for a fingerprint. And it's able to basically say, here's that special number that's provided for this one device. If you're able to go, if you go in there and make another extraction of that one thing and change it and alter it, that hash will be different. So when I do this Great Key report and I generate the Cellbrite report, finalize it, it zips it all up, and there's this one, this is SHA-256, it's a secure hash algorithm, and that basically provides that fingerprint for that. So when the investigator opens it, he can run a hash against the file I just gave him to see if it actually matches up to what this Great Key report produced.
And that would tell that person whether anything's been altered with since the extraction has been done.
Correct. Yes. And this is pretty much was what I was basically covering, the hash values, the fingerprint for the zip file that's provided. There are two different algorithms widely used. It's the MD5, which is the message digest algorithm. And then you have the secure hash algorithm, 256-bit. That's what it's basically talking about.
Are these different ones different in their level of security or anything?
The
like that?
SHA-256 is a little bit longer digits. It makes it a little bit harder to have exact same two hash numbers ever. So there's not much difference. They do the same thing.
In this case, what type of hash value was created?
For this, actually, Great Key does the SHA-256 and the MD5. They will produce both of them for you.
Were you able to successfully perform an extraction in this case?
I was.
And did it generate a hash value for that extraction?
Yes, sir. For the actual file system itself, the zip file that's provided, the SHA-256, that extremely long alphanumeric number is the number that should be the exact same for the file system when it's hashed out later on.
Once there's an extraction completed, is it saved in a certain format?
Yes, sir.
What type of format is it saved into?
It's usually kind of put up in a zip file and saved as a file system file.
You mentioned about Gray Key, you mentioned also about Celebrite, correct? Is Celebrite a tool that is used in analyzing phones?
Yes, sir.
What type of file format does something need, that phone extraction need to be saved into for the next investigator to perform a Celebrite evaluation?
So the good thing about Celebrite, it not only doesn't just read the zip file, it will actually extract data as well, just like the Gray Key. It's just the Gray Key is a little bit more tuned more towards the iOS device, the Apple devices, stuff like that. But once you get the reports open, you're able to sit there and make a PDF report of the data you give them, an HTML report, a UFDR report, Universal Forensic Device report, and XML reports. So there's several different choices.
In this case, after you performed the extraction, was it later on passed on to another investigative officer to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And that officer then performed the actual analysis itself?
That's correct.
State pass witness.
Sergeant Bledsoe, you indicated that you had utilized Gray Key.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Gray Key has multiple functions, right? Ways that it can operate.
That's what you mean.
So if you have a passcode like you did here, it's easy.
Yes, sir.
But it also has a means by which to try to break into phones.
That's correct.
And you basically hook a phone up and it will just start running codes.
Yes, ma'am.
And it can take 5 minutes, it can take 5 years.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is that what you were talking about when you said, if we're able to get an extraction? That sometimes if you don't have that passcode, you can't get into the phone.
Sometimes it really depends on the device and also depends on the iOS the device is running. If the software hasn't been updated or upgraded to that iOS, then sometimes it will not get you anything. It'll just produce you a progress report. Without that, then if you can get the SIM card out, then just go to the Celebrite and get the SIM card out and use Celebrite to actually analyze the SIM card.
Okay. But my question is, if you don't have the passcode, getting into the phone is much harder, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, you were provided the phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And along with the phone, you were also provided the passcode.
Correct.
And those came from Sergeant Torino.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that at the direction of Sergeant Boyd? Do you know?
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Your Honor, may we approach you?
Please. Pardon me again. I'll be right with you.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Lieutenant Josh Stanley.
Lieutenant Stanley, come forward, watch your step. Stand right, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, sir?
I do, ma'am.
Please have a seat.
Would you please state and spell your name?
Sure. Joshua Stanley, Joshua Stanley.
Where do you work?
For the Memphis Police Department,
How long have you been with the Memphis Police Department?
19 years.
What is your current job duty assignment in the police department?
Sure. I'm assigned to the Memphis Police Department's Real-Time Crime Center, where I'm the custodial records keeper for video surveillance, and I work on numerous technology projects.
What does the real-time crime center, surveillance center do generally?
Sure. Generally, it's a kind of is the brain for a citywide video surveillance grid that we have that you see throughout the city.
So those blue light cameras that you see driving down the streets of Memphis, is that were you referring to the real-time crime cameras?
Absolutely. The majority of the ones you see on city streets are owned and connected to the real-time crime center.
I'd like to direct your attention back to February 2nd of 2022. Were you working on that day?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in an investigation regarding deceased Danielle Hoyle and a missing child, Kennedy Hoyle?
Yes, sir.
What was your involvement?
I think everybody on duty that day was involved, right? We potentially were looking for a 2-day-old infant. So we were throwing every resource that we had at it. We had some information on a potential vehicle that was involved in the disappearance of the infant. We used various systems that we have at the Real-Time Crime Center to develop some preliminary search locations. One of those search locations was the north end of Mud Island at the boat ramp.
What type of car were you looking for?
So we were looking for a white Chevy Malibu, I believe.
Your Honor, if I may pass to the witness was previously marked as Exhibit 68. Or if I may publish on the TV
You
screen.
want to publish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
You mentioned you were looking for a white Chevy Malibu. Were you given a tag number?
We were, yes, sir.
What was that tag number?
It would have been this one, 3 November 36, Hotel 5.
And when you say November hotel, are you referring to the letter N?
Correct, yes, I'm sorry. That's phonetic alphabet that we use. So we don't confuse letters when we're talking about them.
You mentioned that you have access to the real-time crime cameras. How are you able to try to track down or narrow where a vehicle may have been?
Sure. So we have some videos that, some video systems that work like traditional video systems that you may have that just record video. And then we have some what we call license plate reader cameras, right? And these cameras essentially work the same way that scanning a price tag might work. And so vehicles pass them, they grab that information, they store it in a database that's searchable when law enforcement has a reason to search for those. So in this case, we ran this plate in this system that we have at the city, and we learned that this vehicle had crossed over the A.W. Willis Bridge onto Mud Island several times after we believe the victim was deceased.
When you ran that search, you mentioned several times. Was it over the course of one day or multiple days? If you recall that it went over the A.W. Willis Bridge.
So I think it was several days in a row, if I remember correctly, but certainly during the target time where we're looking for the infant, right?
And when we're talking about the A.W. Willis Bridge, can you describe where is that here in Memphis?
Sure. So it's the bridge that that goes from what people would think of the Pench District over into Mud Island, into the roundabout, right? The tall bridge that that we drive over to enter Mud Island. It's basically just one way in, one way out. There is an exit on the north end, but the majority of traffic uses the A.W. Willis Bridge to get on and off of Mud Island.
Now, may I approach to pass the witness a photograph?
Go ahead, please.
Since Stanley has passed you a photograph, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir. It's like a Google overview map of Mud Island and the city of Memphis.
You're asking this time to be marked as State's Exhibit 84. Excuse me, Exhibit 84.
No objection.
Now I'm requesting permission to publish.
Go ahead, please.
Could you please kind of point out by describing on the map where the A.W. Willis Bridge is and where Mud Island is?
Sure. So Mud Island would be the kind of P-shaped piece of land there next to the Mississippi River to the right or to the east of it. And the A.W. Willis Bridge would be that bridge that you see crossing over that inlet of water just a little north of that big Cypress Lodge icon on the map. That would be it, yes.
When you look back at license plate reader cameras on the A.W. Willis Bridge, do you recall what were the dates and times that license plate was seen going over the bridge onto Mud Island?
I don't particularly remember the dates. I need to reference that material. There should be a Genetech report in the file.
Would reviewing that report refresh your recollection?
It would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Lieutenant Stanley, have you had a chance to look at that report?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
When, in relation to February 1st, 2022, did the car drive over the A.W. Willis Bridge on that day?
It did at 10:58 p.m. and then again at 11:16 p.m.
I'd also like to direct your attention to January 31st, 2022. Were there any instances on that day where the license plate associated with Mr. Brandon Isabel drove over the A.W. Willis Bridge on Mud Island?
Yes, at 5:55 a.m. on the 31st.
Now, you also, may I approach you to retrieve that document, Your Honor? Lieutenant Bledsoe, you also mentioned that there are cameras, real-time crime cameras.
Correct.
Did you review any footage from those cameras?
I did.
Where specifically did you look when reviewing the footage?
So we looked at various places along Island Drive. We have quite a bit of video surveillance down there, and we were able to locate a white sedan, a white Malibu passing during those time frames, where we're also seeing the captures of the plate coming over the bridge.
Where is Island Drive?
Sure. So Island Drive is going to be the main drive running north and south on the island. Right there is a good indicator. Thank you. Yes, it's going to be the street that runs just east of the park when you're down at Mud Island, the main drag.
Are there real-time camera cameras on Mud Island?
Yes, sir.
Around about how many?
I would say probably a dozen.
Are there some situated along Island Drive itself?
Yes, sir.
When you reviewed those cameras along Island Drive, what did you find?
We found that white Malibu coming over the bridge, going to the north end of the island, and then making a trip down to the south end, then returning back to the north before exiting.
Have you had a chance to review the video of the white sedan going up and down Island Drive during the time after plate registered crossing the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Has that footage been stitched together to make one continuous video, of the different instances?
Yes, sir.
Is that compilation of stitched together video a fair and accurate depiction of the video that you reviewed from the real-time crime camera center video?
It is.
This time, requesting to approach to pass an object to the witness.
Go ahead, please.
Lieutenant Stanley, I passed you an object. Do you recognize that object?
I do. It's a thumb drive, and it has my initials and MP badge information on it.
So have you previously reviewed the video on the thumb drive?
I have, yes, sir.
Did you then initial it once you finished reviewing it?
Yes, sir.
Here, this time I asked that the flash drive of compilation of Mud Island real-time crime camera video be entered as Exhibit 85.
No objection.
Requesting permission to publish once marked.
Yes, sir, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Senator Bledsoe, right now, are we looking in what direction?
So we would be looking to the north. You can see the pedestrian sidewalk here on the left and the grass. The river would be to your left or to the west.
What about now?
So in this case, we're looking north there. You can see the illuminated pylons on the upper corner of the video screen for the pedestrian path. And then this would be looking southbound here.
Which direction is the white sedan traveling?
So in this case, the sedan would be traveling north.
And the vehicle we just saw pass by.
And there it is going south.
So at this point, it's turned around and going back.
Correct.
Now, looking at the top of the video, is there a date and time stamp?
There is, yes, sir.
And those date and time stamps, are they for each video clip that's here put together?
Correct.
So approximately what time is this clip occurring?
So this would be 11:10 p.m. and 31 seconds.
And the vehicle is traveling in which direction this time?
So it's coming south.
In this footage, are there many other vehicles around driving up and down Island Drive?
No, sir, this appears to be the only vehicle.
Are there many white sedans?
This appears to be the only one.
About how many passes does this white sedan make up and down Island Drive?
So it appears to go, come onto the island, go all the way to the north, then drive all the way to the south, then go back up to the north before leaving the island.
What time is it now on the cameras?
So it is 11:20 p.m.
During the course of the stalking, there's a vehicle taking another loop. You're traveling southbound again and now northbound.
That is correct.
What time is it now?
So it's 11:35 p.m.
Sergeant Bledsoe, excuse me, Lieutenant Bledsoe. Were still shots from the, I called you Bledsoe, my apologies. Lieutenant Stanley, were still shots taken from these real-time crime cameras?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the past collection of 1, 2,
Yes,
3,
please.
4, 5 photographs? Lieutenant Stanley, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, these would be taken from the video we just reviewed.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of still shots from the video that we just reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Here on this time state asked to be marked as exhibit number 86.
86 collected, thank
Collected,
you.
yes, Your Honor. Requesting permission to publish once marked.
Okay, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Once more.
Lieutenant Stanley, is this the first photograph in the series of collected exhibit 86?
Yes, sir.
And what does it depict?
A white sedan that is northbound on Island Drive.
Approximately what time is the timestamp in that?
So this would be 11:04 p.m.
Moving on to the second page of the collected exhibit 86. What is this?
So this is a white sedan southbound on Island Drive at 11:10 p.m.
Moving to the third page of collected at 86. What is this?
So this is showing the vehicle northbound again at 11:17 p.m.
And moving to the fourth page of collected 86.
The vehicle southbound at 11:19 p.m.
And moving to the fifth and final page of collected 86. Was what about this photograph?
Southbound again at 11:25 p.m.
So slightly different time than the
Correct.
previous, correct?
Correct.
Aside from researching the camera system and looking at the license plate readers, did you have any other involvement in the investigation of this case?
I did. I made the scene at the north end of the boat ramp to operate a drone to essentially search for the infant that we believe may have went into the river at that location.
If we could display the map that was exhibit 84. Lieutenant Stanley, looking at exhibit 84, the map of Mud Island, you mentioned the boat ramp on the north end of Mud Island.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may approach to pass the pointer, or may pass the pointer to the witness.
Go ahead, please.
So right here would be the north end where the Wolf River dumps into the Mississippi.
Where's the Wolf River?
The Wolf River is this tributary that you see right here coming into the Mississippi.
What were you doing at the boat ramp?
So we were at the boat ramp searching for potential evidence or potentially looking for this infant. As we were in the area, officers discovered a small infant hat on the boat ramp dock. So we brought a drone and basically every resource that we had, right, to search along the riverbanks, hoping to locate this infant, but we did not.
You mentioned a drone. Who was piloting that drone?
I was.
And is that part of your duty to the Real-Time Crime Center? Is
It
operating
is.
drones?
Yes, sir.
What did you do during your search?
So we flew the entire riverbank up the Wolf River Inlet, checking along the banks where we couldn't get a boat or an officer to check.
Were you able to find anything?
No, sir.
Did you also search along the Mississippi Riverside?
We did. Yes, sir, I did.
Were you able to find anything there?
No.
You mentioned a hat, a baby's hat. Is that
Correct. Correct, yes.
Where exactly do you remember that being located?
So it was on the boat ramp, on the concrete that would give you traction if you were launching a boat. So just a few feet from the water.
Aside from that boat ramp, did you guys find anything else there in the river?
No, sir.
Excuse me, the hat boat ramp.
No, sir, only the hat.
Stay with us, witness.
May I have a moment? Stanley, you talked to the jury about the RTCC cameras and the LPR readers and things like that. Are those two separate things?
They are, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is the job of an RTCC unit?
So we have various systems, usually just as technology advances, we add new systems, so we don't get rid of legacy systems until they fail. So we have some very simple systems that just record video and very sophisticated systems that perform other missions. The license plate reader cameras that are on the A.W. Willis Bridge are they just capture individual plates, right? There's some newer versions that kind of do all-in-one feature, but that is not the hardware that's there.
Okay, so this, the car that you are tracking in this compilation video is a white car traveling that you believe to be the white car.
That's correct, ma'am.
And you believe it to be the same white car, right?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
But you do not have an LPR reader attached to that camera to verify.
That is correct.
So we do have a white car traveling through that area at these given times that we believe to be that car.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the LPR reader on the A.W. Willis Bridge, what time did it record the license plate?
So I looked at the docket a few minutes ago. I would have to look back to give you the exacts. I've looked at so many numbers, but it was within the time frame of the video, right?
And did it register a second time?
There were two reads on that night, yes, ma'am.
Okay, one going to, one coming back.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, you pulled looking for specific times, right?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So when you were discussing with the state the fact that there were not many other cars on the street, you were looking at a very isolated time frame, right?
Yes, ma'am. We're looking from the time that we received the read, we're looking for the corresponding vehicle to associate it. We know that plate is registered to a white Malibu, so we're looking for a car that appears to be a white Malibu, which the video reflected a vehicle that appears to be a white Malibu.
Okay. And you would agree with me that the snippets are seconds long?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in those seconds, you may not see other vehicles, but there may have been other vehicles on the street, right?
Yes, ma'am. There was not a lot of vehicle traffic, right? It's a residential neighborhood. It's the middle of the night, so there's just not a lot of vehicle traffic.
Okay. And you would agree with me it was dark during the times the videos were taken?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I only have one other thing else. With the drone utilization, is that a common practice?
More so today. A few years ago, it was less common, but they're more in everyday policing now than they were before.
Okay. And this was investigating the area of both the Mississippi River and the Wolf River.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And that would have been done not during those nighttime hours.
Correct, that was daytime hours when we were out doing that.
Do you recall approximately what time you ran the drone?
I do not know, ma'am. I don't remember. We were just, hyper fixated on trying to find a baby, right? It was daytime hours. It was all hands on deck. Every resource the Memphis Police Department had.
Okay. But it would have been several hours after those videos were taken.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Any redirect from the state?
Lieutenant Stanley, earlier we were talking about the real-time crime cameras. There's quite a few on the island. Is there one at the boat ramp on the north end of the island?
There is. At the given moment, it was inoperable.
You say at the given moment, do you mean or February 1st? February
Correct,
2nd,
February 2nd, right? Those cameras are funded through grant, through FEMA Port Security, and we constantly upgrade them as they reach end of life. And in this situation, the camera right there, unfortunately, was inoperable on the February 1st.
But the other cameras along Island Drive, those were still working?
No, absolutely. That was the video that we watched a few minutes ago.
So that's what it's.
Very good. And because that one camera wasn't working, we weren't able to see what actually happened down there at the river, right? At the boat ramp.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've done enough work today. And you have reservations. So, until you are asked to deliberate, you are not to discuss anything that you've learned today. Again, it's not these four walls, it's this big circle, okay? What you learned in the circle, keep in the circle until I send you back to deliberate, okay? Have a great rest of your evening, and I'll see you in the morning.
Sure, excuse me, you know who's in the chair and watch yourself as you step out.
Do we need to start a little later in the morning for our, one non-early riser we have? All right, I'm here to help. Need to sleep in, you just let us know.